Noon. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Zahir Bryant and I will be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Larry Clay, Dino Lombardi, Philip Ghosh, and Katie Plaisir. Secretary Treasurer is Sabrina Salatino. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body and in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed the rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest from for staff or panel members in this afternoon? Seeing none, okay. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any deferral requests for this afternoon?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I do see one. Item number 19, 61 Pinecrest Road, file number A0032/26TEY. We can deal with this item at this time.
Thank you. Okay. So item number 19 is 61 Pinecrest Road. The consent requested to obtain consent to sever the property into 2 residential lots. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, copy of draft revised plan of survey, pardon me, 17 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, deferral request from the agent, email correspondence between the agent and the zoning examiner, commenting agency reports we've received from community planning. We have staff reports from development engineering and also urban forestry. And we have correspondence in concern or interest from 63 Pinecrest Road received July the 6th. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and 2 registered speakers.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Afridi, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. Yeah, I'm here, 3742 Forest Bluff Crescent, and my name is Tariq Afridi.
Thank you very much. We see your request for deferral. I wonder if you might just outline why you want a deferral.
Yeah, so the reason for this request is that following the circulation of the public notices, the Toronto building identified an additional zoning deficiency affecting both the retained and severed parcels. So that's why we needed more time to, add those application as well to with this one for the both lots and both houses. That's why, that issue came in and we request for deferral. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, that's an unavoidable situation, and you have to then seek a deferral. So that's great. Thank you. We'll get back to you in a moment. We've got a couple of people, I think, who are in opposition, so we'll just address them first and come back to you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the speaker from 59 Pinecrest Road.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. Bohdan, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon. Oops. Do you have 2
I'm sorry.
devices?
Okay.
We're good? Oh, yeah. Thank you. That's perfect. I don't know if you heard the applicant requesting a deferral.
Yes, I have heard that, yes.
Okay, so the question to you is essentially, are you in favor of a deferral or not?
Yes, I am in favor of deferral.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next person then.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the speaker from 63 Pinecrest Road.
Hi there, this is Paul Aurora from 63 Pinecrest Road.
Thank you. And Mr. Paul, did you hear the agent request the deferral?
Yes, I did.
Okay, the question to you as well is, are you in favor or not in favor of a deferral?
Just for clarification, deferral would mean the whatever issues or concerns I have raised just get brought up at after the next set of modifications are submitted. Is that what that means?
Exactly. At the next, whenever the application is whichever date it's deferred to, you'll have an opportunity to make your case as well at that time.
Understood. Yes, I'm in favor of it then.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you.
I believe that's all. The other person seems to be listed as observing only.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no more speakers.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Afridi.
Yes, sir.
You've heard both the folks in opposition. They both have indicated they're fine with the deferral. So we'll take it into committee and look for a vote on your request for a deferral. Thank you, Ms. Brazier.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to move deferral as requested, so that all of the minor variances can be considered comprehensively.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Seconds. All those in favor of the deferral? Thank you. Mr. Afridi, you have a unanimous approval for deferral. Thank you. Okay. With any files to be closed for this afternoon?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none.
None. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, we'll proceed then with item number 20. Item number 20 is number 3 Coe Hill Drive, and the purpose of the application is to construct a new 3-story detached building, a multiplex, with front and rear ground floor platforms and stairs and a new widened driveway in the front yard. There will be a total of 6 residential dwelling units on this lot. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of the minutes from April 1st, 2026 public hearing, copy of plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, covering letter from the agent. We have email correspondence from transportation engineering. We have staff reports from urban forestry and Metrolinx. And we also have correspondence in support from 62 the Queensway. We have opposition from 93 Queensway, 5 Coe Hill, 2 Coe Hill, and 9 Coe Hill. And one piece of correspondence, opposition with no address provided, and also one from 2 Coe Hill. We also have correspondence and materials in opposition from Swansea Area Ratepayers Association.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person, as well as one registered speaker in opposition in person.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, sorry, I'm shuffling paper.
No,
Okay, good afternoon. If we could get your name and address, please.
yes, sure. My name is Tanveer Rai from Noble Crime Solutions Limited. My address is 2131 Williams Parkway in Brampton, Ontario.
Perfect, thank you. We don't have anybody, well, we do have Swansea ratepayers, so we might need a presentation. I think that's the only person that I think that's the only one in opposition at the moment, although the other folks have submitted requests, but not here. So short presentation, 5 minutes, please.
Certainly, thank you. So right now, the existing property is a single-family detached home, which we plan to demolish and construct a 3-story multiplex, basically 6 dwelling units, but we don't seek a variance for the 6th dwelling that is allowed by zoning bylaw. We are seeking a variance for basically the setbacks and the height requirement of the building. The minimum setback, the front yard setback that city needs is 6 meter. We are proposing a 5.38 meter setback. Same thing goes with the rear yard setback with a 7.5 meter requirement, whereas we are proposing a 6.76 meter. The building height itself allowed by the city is 7.5 meter. We are proposing an 8.2 meter building height. Apart from that, one of the biggest thing that is a little bit, we are proposing a minor variance, and that is the front yard soft landscaping, which is 45% based on the new proposed hard landscape in front of the house instead of 75% allowed by the zoning bylaw. We have an existing driveway on the property that's actually on the Queensway side. So we plan to remove it completely and restore grass on that side. So there will be, that's a very busy street anyways, the Queensway, so we are avoiding that completely. We are bringing the hard landscape onto the Coe Hill side to avoid the traffic on that particular side of Queensway. On the other side of the Queensway, it's a major avenue anyways, but on the other side of the Queensway, you can already see that there have been a lot of big establishment of townhomes, which are probably higher than what we are proposing on our side. I'm not sure about the exact height, but if you look at it, it looks way higher than what we are proposing on this side. So apart from that, we obviously went for Ministry of Transportation approval already, and we have already filed in an application with the Urban Forestry as well, taking care of the trees and whatever requirements they have. We do have a couple of neighbors obviously in our favor, but I do see there are some applications that are opposing us, but if you guys have any concerns regarding those concerns, I'll be happy to address them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. We have, do we have Mr. Singh online? Oh, hi, Mr. Singh. Please come up. If you don't, gentlemen, if you don't mind, Mr. Singh will come up and speak. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We just need you to repeat your name and address, please, Mr. Singh.
Nicholas Singh, the Swansea Area Ratepayers.
Thank you.
Yes. So the ratepayers made two submissions to the committee. One discusses the current variances and the problems with them, and the reasons why this application still is not ready to proceed. I'm not going to deal with those. It was in a complete letter. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Our second submission follows the bylaws and the official plan policies that were enacted to allow intensification in our neighborhoods, and the policies that are intended to ensure gentle intensification and stability in our neighborhoods. We were quite careful and detailed because the proposal is setting a precedent. As the agent for the developer said at the April hearing, it is the first three-story building in the area. It is also the first sixplex under the gentle intensification changes made to the bylaws and the official plan. As such, it deals with the limits of gentle intensification and the interpretation of that term. In making a lengthy submission, we also wanted to recognize the important role that this committee has in making sure that the intent and purpose of both the official plan and the zoning bylaws are maintained with respect to gentle intensification and the stability of this little neighborhood within Swansea. The city's zoning standards are intended to achieve an appropriate balance between development and the preservation of our neighborhoods. These standards are important planning tools. They help maintain the character of residential streets. And during this time of unprecedented change, it's important that the committee does not tip the balance in favor of development just for the sake of development. That would be disastrous for our neighborhoods and make standards enacted to protect them a hollow promise. I'll turn to the letter of support from 56 Queensway. We see that it's a form letter from a resident, not an owner. It's dated March, which predates the previous hearing, and it has not been updated. The letter from 62 to Queensway is an update of the March 27th email. We note that it has similar language to the form letter. However, it uses different forms of the resident's name. The new letter also downgrades the writer, Yan May Ali, from an owner to a resident. The thrust at the end of the letter is the statement that the design is consistent with how the area is evolving. I stress that while the permissions for greater density have been rapidly expanding under the city's EHON programs, the protections for the interior neighborhoods that border major streets such as the Queensway are clear. Such developments are not to be used to justify developments within the bordering neighborhoods. And this applies directly to Cohill Drive and the neighborhood. The bylaws and official plan have been rewritten to give the developer an as of right for up to 6 units, but there's nothing that says that there must be 6 units on every lot in the city. Each proposal for intensification is still subject to the limits embodied within the bylaws and the official plan as they apply to that lot in that neighborhood. And where intensification is restricted by the performance standards, the standards are intended to be restrictive. In our view, this proposal, as it stands before the committee, was not designed with the neighborhood in mind. It was based on an apartment neighborhood across the divide, physically established by the Queensway, and the TTC right-of-way. We see this design as one intended to maximize benefits for the owner as a rental property while failing to meet the need to fit with the existing community. It's a big square block in a modest character area, and nothing can disguise the fact that it represents a big disconnect with the neighborhood. Our written submission to the committee, we concluded that in both the broader context of 60 homes and in the immediate context of 13 homes, there are no homes that support the application as it currently stands before this committee, and we recommend that the application be refused. We thank you for your consideration of our written submission and the submissions from the residents.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Perfect timing, by the way. Mr. Ghosh has a question for you.
Yeah, I think you make some valid points about, you know, we're just starting to see the first of these sixplexes under the EHON and how we're going to take a look at them. And also that, you know, what's appropriate in the interior of a neighborhood might not be the same as sort of to the side. But don't you think those same points might point to this being a good spot to be a little more open to sixplexes, given that it's a corner lot that fronts the Queensway? Like, even though it's addressed Cohill Road, it's not really an interior of Swansea lot. Would you not agree?
Two things. This isn't about sixplex or not sixplex, really.
Mm-hmm.
This is about what's appropriate to the neighborhood. But in
Yeah.
more direct answer to your question, the planning rationale that we have, right, that has been adjusted for the intensification is quite clear, right? This is not on a major street, and it is not to be considered along with those. You can't use the intensification that has been approved in other areas to justify intensification within a neighborhood.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Mr. Singh? None? Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. Do we have anybody else that needs to make a presentation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no more speakers. We can now call the agent back.
Thank you. Mr. Rai, you heard the concerns expressed by Mr. Singh. We'll let you respond.
I consider this property to be more focused because it's on Queensway realistically. Even though it's part of Cohill, it's more on the major avenue. That's one of the reasons we are looking at the properties on the other side of the Queensway and trying to make it similar. Obviously, if we are making so many units, we do have profit making in our mind. Obviously, we cannot deny that. But the owner of the property intends to live in one of those units as well, because he owns a grocery store like 10 minutes away from that property. That's the reason why he bought this property. But obviously, when he's spending so much money, he wants to have some kind of potential rental income in the same property as well. So one of the topmost apartment, the owner intend to live there, and all the other 5 units he plans to rent it. And since we are allowed to have 6 units, that's the only reason we went with 6 units, because that's realistically allowed by the zoning bylaw.
Sorry about that interruption.
So regarding the intensification, I don't think so I'm the right person to answer that. We follow the city's policies. If city allowed us 6, we would like to take advantage of that, right? Rather than, I'm not here to discuss that. If it was allowed by city, I would just implement it with those kind of things. So this whole application is not regarding the number of units. We are going with exactly what's maximum is allowed. And yes, we have setback requirements, and I don't think so that those setback requirements are that big of a difference. Like if you compare 6 meter to 5.38 meter, I don't think so that's that big of a difference. And realistically, the current house right now is way closer to the Cohill Street, but we are actually pushing it back.
Yeah.
So it's actually gonna make that turn better in every respect once you turn onto the Cohill, because that house is gonna push back now.
Thank you. Mr. Lombardi and then Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at your site plan, and currently the driveway is off of the Queensway, right?
Yes, sir.
So there is a proposed hard landscape area, which is rather large in comparison to the soft landscape. Is that for front yard parking?
We do intend to do some kind of parking, like bike parking and all that stuff, because if we have some people living there, if they intend to store their bike on the street, so rather than being on the street, they can store it there. That was the major reason for that landscape.
You're talking cars or
No, bikes.
bikes?
Yeah.
Is that why there's no curb cut indicated there?
Yeah, that's why we haven't indicated it yet.
And why do you need that much hard landscaping? 'Cause
In future, if we think we need a car parking, then we don't have to come back to the committee and.
No,
get
no,
an approval.
I'm not suggesting that, I'm just saying you have.
No, that's the reason.
You're proposing a 5.38 meter in length, or in depth, sorry, from the front wall of the proposed structure to the property line by 5.14 meters. So that's a large hardscape landscape surface. I'm just wondering, I mean, that seems large for bike parking.
So the intention is, in future, if we have to park a car over there, we don't have to come back to the committee to get an approval for that proposed landscaping, so we can just use it for parking in
And how
future.
would the car or cars,
In that time, we will propose a curb cut permit, obviously. But that, I don't think so that will be intended for committee at that point. That's the reason why we didn't go for that.
why wouldn't you come for it now?
It's not that easy to come to committee every time, sorry about that, but it's just a very lengthy process. So we thought this is the right time to complete the application in one shot.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clay?
Thank you, Chair. The Ratepayers Association and a couple of the neighbors have raised concerns about look, design, and fit. The outside, the exterior of your proposal is kind of like 4 blank brick walls. In fact, it kind of reminded me of like a 1950s sort of building. If you look across the street to the townhomes that are on the south side of Queensway, they are larger, no doubt, but they also are architecturally a little bit more interesting. What we're finding as we evolve along the multiplex process is that more and more proponents and developers are coming up with more unique designs. And that's good for a number of reasons. One, it affects massing. Secondly, it does mitigate neighbors' concerns a little bit because it's not as, I'm going to use the word, it may not necessarily fit in this case, but ugly. This structure it's not necessarily a gateway structure, but it is on the cusp of Swansea, and it's right next to a really large development that's happening at the foot of Windermere. Had you considered any alternative design to this? Because I think there might be ways to make this look a little less foreboding and a little bit more welcoming. And particularly, as you point out, this is starting to change. This might be one of many. This is a neighborhood, this particular neighborhood is comprised largely of bungalows, so we're gonna see redevelopment happening along here. And if you go over to Ellis, you'll see some new developments there, 3 stories, which are actually quite reasonably attractive. I just find the look of this unappealing. So had you considered an alternative design that might satisfy neighbors a little bit more? The folks on Cohill, I would argue, that have taken a hit because of the major development on Windermere. I mean, it'd be nice to throw a few bones their way. It's not a particularly appealing building.
To be very honest, the only reason for that flat kind of structure was to avoid the height. Once I start making it more like a similar neighborhood, I cross that barrier of height way more than what I'm crossing right now. So the only reason for that was because since I'm already, and I'm not keeping the building too high, like all the floors are standard 8 feet. I'm like, right now, if you see all the new buildings, they're built with 9 feet floors, right? I'm not even going with 9 feet, I'm going with 8 feet standard. But the problem is once I go into contemporary roofing style, my height will increase way further than what it is right now. That will be more objectionable for the neighborhood. I personally am okay with changing the structure of the roof as well, make it more contemporary the way the neighborhood is, but I think they will have more objections then. I was trying to reduce that effect that most of the people, especially I think the next door neighbor, will have because of the shadow. So that was the whole reason we went with the flat roof, but
Yeah,
I'm open to.
I understand that. I'm not sure I agree with your assessment,
Okay.
quite honestly.
Okay.
I think there are ways. I mean, I'm not an architect, and you are, but it just struck me that there's ways to make this, from an outwardly perspective, a little bit more acceptable.
I think perhaps even like articulation of the facade is maybe what what he's referring to is, you know, just something to make it design-wise a little more interesting.
Because if you look at, sorry to interject, if I can, if you look at the townhouses across the street.
Yeah, that's the point I was making, yeah.
Yeah, those are three-story. They are articulated architecturally in the front, not so much the roof, although there is a kind of mansard roof, I can't really tell. But, you know, and this is site plan control, which, you know, we don't really deal with anymore, but I agree with my colleagues. I think that you know, there should be an attempt to try to make this a more attractive building to get buy-in from the neighborhood, if that's possible. But anyway, I think that's what what our colleagues are referring to is what you see across the street, which is articulation of the facade, and this would be on both corners, obviously, but that's a suggestion.
Well, even if you go over to Ellis, which I know this neighborhood quite well, and there are a number, these bungalows are getting redeveloped, and you're seeing some much more compelling architectural designs, which this just reminded me, going back, like, this is like 1950s, 60s stuff.
Okay. Ms. Blazero, any thoughts?
Yeah. So I was here at the last time we met, last time you were here. I'm curious if you can just explain how you think that this version of the proposal is an improvement over the last time we discussed it, and specifically how you responded to feedback that was provided at that time.
Realistically, there's no improvement to as such what we presented last time. They needed some more clarification regarding the curb cut, regarding that radius, all those things, like Ministry of Transport was involved. So we tried to clear all those events. But in respect of design, we haven't changed anything because I don't remember as if there was any concern regarding the design last time.
I remember I did mention the design specifically, but also the concrete pathway on is it the north, is that right? That's also a new addition in response.
Yes, those things were missing. That's why those things were added, based on which we deferred. I think this application was deferred.
So clarity around some site plan stuff?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Brazier. Just my own reflections. I think, first of all, we don't have a mandate with regard to the design. What may be ugly to me may be beautiful to somebody else. So we're not here to assess the. I do, although both my colleagues who have mentioned the design part, I think the saleability of the project would improve with the appearance. If you know, I've been meaning to go and get my hair done so that I would be more presentable here, but unfortunately my hairdresser wasn't available. But the point I'm making is it does help. However, I think what we're looking at is the suitability or the acceptability of a multiplex in this particular location. Of all the variances before us, the 6 variances before us, the only one that I find objectionable is variance number 6. So if I had to be looking at this and saying, you know, what's acceptable and what isn't, I would say the first 5 are acceptable to me, but the 6th one isn't. And I think that's the direction that I would go in. But if there aren't any other questions from my colleagues, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision for you. Okay, thank you. Okay, who would like to run with this?
I'll start off, and I
Thank you,
totally acknowledge my colleagues that design absolutely is not a matter before us, but, you know, integration into the neighborhood is. And it just strikes me that this is one of the first multiplexes in this neighborhood. And I think there will be more applications for multiplexes in this neighborhood. A couple of the folks who wrote in kind of reflected on that, and I don't typically weigh in on design. I take your point. You know, what one person thinks is beautiful, another person is going to think is not, and it's very subjective. But I think, from what I can tell, looking at multiplex applications from right across the city, I think proponents are increasingly trying to introduce applications which actually do fit in a little bit better, or at least try to minimize the massing and the negative impact on that. And I don't see that here. I think there is a good proposal for a multiplex on this property. I just don't think this is it.
I have no problem with this proposal, and just to illustrate the point on design-wise either, the stuff across the street, across Queen Street, to me is far more objectionable as kind of a pastiche, kind of 90s era, pretending to be Victorian that I really don't like. So it really is subjective. But that being said, I think you make a good point. This is particularly bland, and there are other ways to articulate and create interest, and there probably would be better buy-in by the neighbors if it were, if some of that were there. But in terms of the variances, I tend to agree with the chair that variance number 6, just to protect for a potential future parking spot that they're not applying for now, doesn't seem like 75 to 45 is a pretty large variance of soft landscaping there. But I would tend to feel that the rest of the variances, well, variance 5 kind of ties in with it, but I don't find it that objectionable where the parking is located if they do ultimately have parking. Or in fact, it's probably better for it to be from Cohill Drive than the Queensway. But this being a corner lot on the Queensway, if we look at the height variances 1 through 4, the height, the side yard setback, the rear yard setback, the front yard setback, recognizing it's a corner lot fronting on a major street, I think it's all appropriate. So I suppose I would probably move to approve it. Approve variances 1 to 5, but not variance 6 is what I would be inclined to do.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Mr. Lombardi, Ms. Blazier, any thoughts?
Thank you, Chair. I have similar thoughts about sort of the facade articulation, and that there could be a lot of really great opportunity here to build something with a little bit more interest. But again, that's not exactly what we're here to talk about today. I tend to agree that the non-parking related variances to me are justifiable and appropriate for the site. So I would support a motion to approve those, excluding the last variance.
Mr. Lombardi, any thoughts?
Sure. I agree with my colleagues, and I certainly agree with what Larry has indicated in terms of, and Philip as well, in terms of the the facade, even though, site plan does not cover elevation and design, et cetera, materials. But having said that, in terms of the type of use, the type of built typology, clearly official plan 818 does permit fiveplexes and sixplexes in neighborhoods in the city of Toronto. This actual location, which is zoned residential detached, does fit into a pattern in an area where you have detached small multiplex walk-up apartments, etc. The location is corner lot on Queensway, which is a major street in the official plan designated, which permits a broad variety of building types, including the sixplexes. But the OP also recognizes, I think this is important, that lots such as this one, adjacent to a major street, but also adjacent to neighborhood designation, does permit or encourage additional density. So, having said that, and also I will point out that variances number 2 and 4 are actually compliant when you consider OREG 25725. Again, I don't know if our zoning bylaw has been updated. I doubt it has. So those variances actually comply. The variance I have a concern with, like my colleagues, is variance number 6. I'm concerned that that front hard landscape area will become just vast parking lot. And so I will reluctantly, I would support a motion granting the 5 variances but not the 6 variances, if that's a motion that's put forward.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Would like to throw the hat in with this one?
Sure, so
Mr. Ghosh?
based on that discussion, I will put forward a motion that does exactly that, a motion to approve variances 1 through 5, but to not approve variance 6, refuse variance 6, and the variances that are accepted would be subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Thank you very much. A Metrolinx condition as well.
Is it just an advisory, or it's
think
the,
this
oh, it's
one-
I'd rather not include it, the warning clause. I don't think it's that appropriate, but.
I think, is this just the warning clause on that one?
I
Yes.
think it is,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, in that case, we can skip that piece. Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Plaisir? Thank you. Okay. So Mr. Ghosh has moved to approve the application of variances 1 to 5 and refuse variance 6 with the conditions, forestry conditions 1 and 2. Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? You have your approval, sir. It's 4 to 1. Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 21. Item number 21 is 29 Iona Avenue, and the purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition with a basement addition below. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, email correspondence between the agent and Metrolinx, and we have support, form letters in support signed by owners and occupants of 21, 23, 24, 26, 27, 30, and 33 Iona Avenue, and also from 31 Iona Avenue and 22 Patricia Drive.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Good morning.
That's a long day for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Just checking to see if you are alert.
And committee members.
Good afternoon
Hi.
and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jamie Higgins. I'm from 11 Hendrick Avenue in Toronto, and I'm the agent of the owner.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, we don't have anybody in opposition, which is not surprising. You have one
Yes,
one variance that's relatively minor.
my clients were.
Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you or any comments. If not, we'll take it into committee. Seeing none, going once, going twice.
Is
three
there anything,
times.
you came all the way down, is there anything you want to share with us? No. Okay.
I'm here for 2, so I'm
Oh, okay.
a little later on, so yeah.
Pity we couldn't have had both of them
Yeah, I
on
know.
immediately after the other. But that being said, we don't have any questions, so committee members who would like to run with this one?
Chair, I'll take it.
Mr. Clay?
This is extremely minor and a desirable application, no impact at all, lots of support from the surrounding neighborhoods. A very straightforward application. I'll move approval, and there's no conditions.
No conditions. A seconder? I'm just trying to figure out who went first. Okay, Mr. Ghosh, we'll give you this one.
I went first.
Oh, it goes-
It's like a Jeopardy buzzer.
All right, all those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to item number. Moving on to item number 22, which is 4 Wheeler Avenue. Purpose of the application, pardon me, to alter the existing 2 1/2 story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd story rooftop deck above the existing 2-story addition. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 7 photographs of the subject property, and a decision number affecting the subject property. Okay. And
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Kiefer.
Good afternoon. My name is John Kiefer, agent for the owner at 259 George Street East in Toronto.
Thank you very much. We don't have anybody in opposition, but let me just see if my colleagues require presentation or have any questions or comments. It's an extremely challenging application with one variance again. Any questions? None? Nope. Oh, we'll take it into committee and try and render a decision quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lombardi.
Yes, my favorite area of the beach.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a very minor application, one variance. They slightly reduced the side yard setback for the rooftop deck. And if you know the area, there are many rooftop decks in the beach, especially in this location. So I'm prepared to move a motion granting approval of the application and granting the variance. I don't see any.
No conditions, no, none that I can see. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Ms.
And
Brazil?
just with a question, the drawings do show the 1.5 meter privacy screen. Do we want to note that in any other way, or is it sufficient that it's listed there?
We can tie it to the elevation drawing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
all right,
just for.
friendly amendment, I will amend my motion to tie it to the elevation drawing.
Thank
Elevation
you.
drawings.
Excellent, thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Kiefer, you have unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 23. Item number 23 is 43 4 Oaks Gate. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a new covered front porch with stairs, and to convert the integral garage into storage space with an elevator. Also to construct a front yard parking pad abutting 4 Oaks Gate to to widen the existing driveway. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, covering a letter from the owner, planning justification report prepared by John Grow, Accessible Daily Living. We also have email correspondence from Transportation Engineering. We have correspondence in support from 11 Airlie Crescent and 20 Airlie Crescent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, committee members. My name is Michael Bernander from MHG Design, and my address is number 74 Oaks Gate. I live right across the road. I'll be acting as the agent for the project at 43-4 Oaks Gate on behalf of Katie Schultz and Marcus Skellison and their son Emery. Katie and Marcus bought this home with the expectation that they would be able to add an elevator at some point. Their young son, Emery, has Duchenne's muscular dystrophy and will inevitably experience some physical impact from the disease. The goal of the renovation that we're undertaking here is to provide accessibility to all floors and all areas of the house as Emery ages and additional support is required. We've been working with John Grow, who is an accessibility consultant, to recommend the safest and most ideal location for the elevator. He has determined that the southwest corner of the garage will allow direct access from outside through the existing garage, and the elevator will also be able to open and have access to all 3 floors of the house. Our application here is quite minor. It's simply to create a smaller than normal parking space on private property in front of the existing garage.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I did note that there are only 2 variances that are being requested, and both of them are minor. We don't have anybody in opposition, so we'll take it into committee and look for a decision unless my colleagues have any questions of you at this point. I don't see any, so we'll take it into committee and look for a decision. Okay, who wants to run with this one? Mr. Ghosh, thank you.
So the variances here are not not so large in size and just have to do with the parking in order to be able to convert a garage on a street that already has the garage and already has parking. I think the point in the planning justification report about supporting the official plan objective of having disability in place and dignity for individuals, I think that's well taken. So I find this supportable. I would move to approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Ms. Brazil. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Grenada, you have your approval unanimously. Thank you. Okay. And we move on to item number 24. Number 24 is number 5, SORAUREN Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new 2-story ancillary building containing 2 laneway suites abutting the laneway in the rear yard of the existing 2 1/2-story semi-detached residential apartment building. There will be 2 south side ground floor main entrances with stairs and a 2nd-story terrace. Also, there will be a total of 9 residential dwelling units on the slot, 7 units within the building, the main building, and 2 units within the ancillary building. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. A cover letter from the agent and decision numbers affecting the subject property. We also have presentation materials from the agent and staff reports from Transportation Review and Community Planning. Okay,
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Lee.
Good afternoon, Chair and the members of the committee.
Hi, good afternoon. We don't have anybody in opposition, but let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you.
Chair?
Yep, Mr. Clay has some questions for
Thanks,
you.
Chair. I feel like I've seen this one a couple times. And I'm just wondering, so you were previously approved for Laneway Suite in the past?
Yes,
And so you're coming back with a revised version for the Laneway Suite? Looks like it's a little bit larger?
yes, because before, if you could open my slides, could you please open my presentation slides? Yeah, this one is better. Could you go a little bit down? I think it's on the, even lower. Yeah, you see, the problem is last time, previous page. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, last time, actually there is a condition from from city engineering that they request 0.98 meter land conveyance for the Linway widening. But because the drafting is not, the drafting standard is not correct, and there's no clear notes for this. So the owner misunderstands that this is a easement. So you see in this proposal, if they really, when the owner went to the building department, they found, they finally realized that this is a land conveyance. But this side yard currently is very wide and is a good amenity space for their rental income. So this is one issue, and another issue is in this previous proposal, they propose parking, bicycle parking and exit in this side yard. So it blocks the access to the Linway or the rear yard of the main building. And also, actually, previously, actually, there is a minor variance missing from the zoning notice because they proposed the Linway suite only 0.4 meters setback to the rear yard boundary. But the by law requirement is 1 meter. So for these reasons, we have to come back to the Committee of Adjustment and to correct the drawings, add that missing minor variance, and also make the functional works. And also we want to find a solution to offset the owner's dedication to the city. Yeah.
Mr. Ghosh?
So this sounds familiar from your planning justification letter, but I think there was a little more detail there. I just want to get this right. So the reason why you're back is because the owner didn't understand that a condition at the previous hearing was for a conveyance of a piece of the property to widen the lane per a transportation condition. And therefore they want to increase the size or investment return that they can get on the laneway suite to compensate for what they view as a potential loss of amenity for the existing tenants or the extra cost incurred in doing this conveyance. So it sounded like a financial rather than a planning rationale. But is that basically the story?
Yeah, this is a reason because we reviewed the city's context and the city's engineers' requirements to have the land conveyance is important for the city's improvement at this laneway. But the owner will have some loss, so we try to get a way to get everybody have the benefits, and the owner would like to dedicate this piece of land to the city, and they are doing the register the draft the our plan to the city, and on the other way they also want to extend have a maintenance extension on the ground floor, so get more rental income to cover the loss of the land.
Okay, but the other thing I seem to understand is the whole reason why this was an amenity, the piece of land that's now being conveyed, is because it was fenced in and a way for tenants to get to entrances at the back of the property. But is there any reason why you can't just remove the fence, convey that land to the city, and then tenants can still use the public laneway to access the back of the property, and you could build to the original design? Why was that not an option?
Currently, that side yard is quite wide. This exterior side yard setback is more than 2.3 meters. So it's already a very cozy amenity space. This is, in this area, the tenants usually would like to have an outdoor amenity. And if they dedicate this land to the city, definitely the 1.3 meter wide cannot be a amenity. Yeah. So, and also, of course, for a property, they should have access inside their property, not only from the laneway. So the circulation should be should not be stopped there. Yeah. So that's why now, if this side yard is only 1.3 meter wide, it cannot be a amenity area, only a accessible walkway, but now it's even not accessible, yeah, in the previous design, yeah.
Okay, another question that I have, different issue, looking at this proposal. One of the things you mentioned in the application is that, we're coming back to the aesthetics debate that we had a couple applications ago, but that, the aesthetics of this are better in terms of built form and being brick instead of siding. And, I might tend to agree that it looks a little nicer with the brick than siding. But if I look at the units themselves, before there was a basement unit that was, a good space, and then there was a ground and second floor. Now they're kind of cut up in this odd way where, the one unit looks decent, but the other unit that has the basement bedrooms has this extremely small kitchen and then a hallway in the basement that is the living room. You're convinced that you've got two better units. Can you maybe walk us through why this laneway proposal is better than the laneway suite proposal that was already approved by committee?
Yeah, because before, one reason is all the entrance of these two units were hidden. So from the urban design view, the people cannot directly see the entrance. If we have entrance face to the laneway and also a lot of openings such as windows face to the laneway, it can improve the laneway's security. I think I show you the current laneway condition set photos to you in the cover letter. And we are doing the much more improvement for this, this dirty and unsafe condition. And also, actually, the basement the basement unit actually is larger than before because there's a total, it's a one floor for in the basement for that unit, and a little bit, it's a partial area on the ground floor. And the second unit is a little bit smaller, have some area on the ground floor and also a smaller area on the second floor. So so the total number of bedroom is more than before. So it's an improvement for the living condition. Yeah.
If we compare the two proposals, the previous one that was accepted and this one, the variances that are larger in this case, or more impacting in this case, are we just looking at variance 2 and 3, the fact that this one is located closer to the main building and now has a length variance where the other one didn't? Or are any of these other variances also, you know, the height, the rear yard setback, or any of those also larger this time than the previous?
Actually, all this, you know, most of this, except the rear yard setback, all of these items is all about the ground floor extension of the suite.
Okay.
Yeah, because now the zoning examiner need to use two standard. One is a 2-story standard, one is a 1-story standard. That's why they give us this list. But many items you can see is very similar. Actually, we keep the previous design concept. It's a 2-story building. And the second story is 2.5 meter separation from the main dwelling. And the building is totally 6.3 meter high. So the main concept is exactly same as the previous design. The only change is the extension of the ground floor. So all those items is come from that extension.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? None? I do have some concerns, but anyway, Ms. Lee, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision. Okay? Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let me start by saying I'm not going to support this application. Let me also start by using a common adage that I use with some applications, but I'll make known. And that is the courts have determined that a variance is a privilege, not a right. So it seems to me with this application, in the sense that we have a decrease in separation distance by almost 12 feet, an increase in height by almost 8 feet, and an increase in building length by 11 feet, that this is a bit of a barter situation regarding the laneway situation. And I think the applicant is trying to barter the proposed road widening for the owner's interests in increasing the size of the laneway suite. We're not talking about, you know, whether 6 or 9 residential units is permitted. That's not the situation or the argument. But I do have a concern that this is shoehorning too much development on the site. And if you can pull up, staff, figure 6 of the presentation material. Please, thank you. No, not yet. Yeah, right there. I mean, this looks to me like almost a full appearance of a full length of wall with windows for the entire property, which is has a depth of 126.25 feet. That's 38.5 meters. I don't think that's the intent envisioned in the official plan for accommodating laneway suites with a main building. So I'm not going to be supporting this application. I don't think it satisfies or meets the 4 statutory tests in the Planning Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Mr. Clay?
Yeah, I agree with Dino on this one. It feels like incrementalism, right? To a certain extent. I mean, I always look at these things, and had this application been brought forward to the committee the last time, the committee may have had a very different perspective and decision on it. It's arguably, it's going to be an interesting, larger units for whoever occupies. I think Phil's right. It's a weird configuration in some respects, and I like what you said, Dino, about this is a barter situation. It's kind of like, oh, we didn't realize that it had to convey this land. Okay, we'll do that, but I want more from it. And again, that's incrementalism, and I'm not. I don't think that the public is well served by that.
Yeah, I agree. I also don't think that we necessarily, our role is to punish people for doing that, even though I'm not supportive of it. But I think the situation remains the same, though, because you know, I agree with sort of the direction of the other members, because we know that this is more impactful than the previous proposal, and it's not a case of this is the only proposal that gets us the public benefit of 2 additional units in this neighborhood. The previous one did.
Right.
So yeah, no, I have a hard time supporting it. To be clear, I agree. I think this is a barter, and I do find that distasteful. I'm just saying I find it not supportable for other grounds.
So we covered the waterfront in terms of unsupportable. If that's the case, I'll just cut to the chase, and I'll move a motion to refuse.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Sorry, were you going to?
I moved a motion to refuse.
Oh, Turi, wonderful, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Bear with me a second. All those in favor of refusal? Thank you. Ms. Lee, your application has been refused. Thank you. Okay. And we move on to item number 25. Item number 25 is 711 Crawford Street. And purpose of the application, pardon me, is to construct a new 2-story detached ancillary building to contain 1 laneway suite in the rear yard abutting the laneway. There will be a total of 4 residential dwelling units on this lot, 3 units within the main building and 1 unit within the ancillary building. Committee had before it the following communication. Copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, covering letters from the owner, decision numbers affecting the properties, at 49 Maria Street, 30 and 83 Penrith Street, and 708 Crawford Street. We have a tree plan, site-specific zoning bylaw number affecting subject property. We have correspondence in support from 711 Crawford and 709 Crawford. We also have 1 form that in support signed by owners and occupants of 705 Crawford. We have correspondence in opposition from 713 Crawford Street.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the owner here in person and no registered speakers.
Okay. Good afternoon. Could we have your name and address, please?
My name is Pega Rahimian, and my address is 711 Crawford Street.
Thank you very much. Let me just see. We don't have anybody in opposition, so we don't need a presentation from that perspective. But perhaps my colleagues may require a presentation or may have some comments, questions rather.
I said, your neighbor has written with a series of concerns they raised, particularly speaking about the boundary issue.
Yeah.
But it sounds like you have adjusted your building.
It was always
Yeah.
Like, it was always
Always moved
avoiding-
over, right? So you're
avoiding
not
that
on the
conflict. No,
on the
I'm not. I'm
disputed
not,
line,
and
I guess.
And I had a conversation with her before, before applying for CFA, and I think she was in support. I think the problem came when I mentioned the encroachment, but my drawings were always avoiding that
Yeah.
conflict. It's a civil matter, so I don't think that should.
It's not before us anyways, right? We wouldn't deal with that, but I just wanted to clarify. It looked like you
I
weren't.
think she freaked out, but it's just because I mentioned it.
Right.
I didn't say you need to demolish, or my drawings doesn't say that.
Right.
But yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the same thoughts that had occurred to me when I was reading the letter of objection and looking at the drawings.
Yeah.
But it's not there. Okay. Any other questions that we have? None? Okay. I don't see a major issue with this particular application, but I just want to look at the site plan.
Is there anything you wanted to share with the panel?
Not really, just saying that, there are 3 units within the principal building, and we're proposing a 4th one. This is 2 minutes, not 2 minutes, 5 minutes walk from 2 subway stations, so I know the city supports intensification in that area. I also want to say that the proposal, I've been in touch with the planning from the very beginning, and I went back and forth to get their support with the drawings. We intentionally are angling back the wall on the 2nd floor to give more light and avoid the overlook that some of these laneways might have. In terms of the soft landscaping, the reason it's less, it's actually the existing is way less than that. It's 30%. I've included a photo in my presentation. I think it's presentation material too. There is a photo showing that it's all interlocking right now. Do you want to open the presentation number 2, maybe? Oh, sorry. So yeah, the existing, maybe I should have gone with the existing and not to try to give more than that, but right now I'm proposing a 67%, which is an improvement to what it is now. And yes, that's what we have. This is the front on the right, and the back you can see the interlocking. That's soft landscaping height. It's only 6 inch over what the as of right is, so I don't think it's a big deal. You can go to this rendering. It shows like it's within, like it definitely fits well with the context of what the future of these lanes are going to be. What else? Do I need to mention anything else? This is just to compare the neighbor, my actual neighbor 713. They complained about their backyard, but my backyard, but you can see that theirs is 100% concrete with hard landscaping. So I just find that strange that they would complain.
I think the word is ironic.
Ironic. And you can see that they don't have windows on their 2nd floor, but that doesn't mean the future house here wouldn't want that privacy, so we're angling back the wall to give that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions at all at this point? None? I did note, I was looking at the distance between the ancillary building and the main house, and I think you're, instead of 7.5 meters that's required, you've got 6.04 meters. So
Yeah.
it's a small difference. So
Yeah, these are narrower lots than the average lot in that area. So you're kind of forced into, if you want to provide a growing family size sort of dwelling unit, I feel like sometimes you just have to go in a little farther to provide a better layout.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision. Ms. Brazier?
Yeah. Thank you for that brief presentation. Yeah, I think that this is a really nicely sized 2-bedroom unit, thoughtfully laid out. The proximity to Bloor Street makes it a really good location for a bit of this densification. I think overall it's in support of the OP objectives, and I don't have any issue with this application, so I'll move a motion to approve it unless anyone else has something to add.
Those are my thoughts, so I'm
Go
Thank
right
you.
ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I'll support it as well. I just wanted to make the point that, again, this is within an MTSA, and again, which allows additional intensification and density. And generally speaking, the city permits laneway suites in these kinds of locations. I wanted to note too, and I know that there's a reduction in separation distance.
Yep.
But I think, and this is reflected in the monitoring report, final reports that the city completed with respect to laneway suites a couple years ago, I don't think they make as much difference as those for garden suites, because you back onto a laneway. And I think that the reductions are minor enough that they won't have an impact on this. So, yeah, I would support the motion.
Would you like to second that, Mr. Lombardi?
Sure.
Thank you. And there aren't any conditions
conditions, yeah.
attached to this particular one. Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor, seconded by Mr. Lombardi. All those in favor? Thank you.
Thank you very
You have
much.
your approval, ma'am.
Thank
It's unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Okay, now we move on to item number 26. Number 26 is 96 WOODYCREST Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling currently under construction from the original building permit number 25250398BLD00SR by constructing a new front porch with a canopy and stairs. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 8 photographs of the subject property, and we have a staff report from Metrolinx.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Number 26.
Hello, committee. It's
Hi,
John
good
McLaren.
afternoon. A name and address, please.
I am John McLaren, 5 Odin Crescent, Aurora.
Hi. Thank you very much. I note we have a single variance. We don't have anybody in opposition, so we don't need a presentation from that regard. Let me just ask my colleagues if anybody has any questions or have any comments.
No.
Seeing none, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision. Okay, anybody want to take on this challenging application? A thought-provoking? Go ahead, Mr. Ghosh.
Sure. The most notable thing about this is that the render person in all of the drawings has like a balance problem because he's always leaning the same way. But that being said, you can tell it's been a long day for us here. It's a simple porch and single variance, small variance. I move to approve what's a very clearly minor variance.
Thank you, and there aren't any conditions attached. Metrolinx have comments 2 and 3, but no conditions. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Brazier? Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor, moved by Mr. Go, seconded by Ms. Brazier. All those in favor? Thank you. And we have unanimous approval. Thank you. And we move on to item number 27. 27 is 77 College View Avenue, and the purpose of the application is to construct a new rear one-story ancillary building, a one-car detached garage abutting College View Avenue. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 4 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, and a decision number affecting the subject property. Okay, this application has 2 variances before us. And
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Beck.
Good afternoon. My name is Howard Beck.
Mr. Beck, we don't have anybody in opposition, so we don't need a presentation from that regard, but let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you or require a presentation.
Yeah.
Seeing none, we'll move on. Is there anything you want to add before we take it into committee?
No.
Thank you. All right, we're in committee now. Mr. Clay?
Sure, I'll take this one. This is a very straightforward virtual replacement of the existing garage. It's slightly larger, but it's in largely the same position. No negative impact on anyone, just 2 very minor variances. I think it's quite supportable. I'll move approval with no conditions.
Thank you kindly. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Lombardi, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Beck, you have unanimous approval. Thank you. And moving on to item number 28. Item number 28 is 175 Strathern Road. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a front 1-story addition with a new semi-covered porch with stairs, a rear 2-story addition including an entrance from the north side of the dwelling with covered stairs, and a new rear ground floor semi-covered deck with stairs. Also to construct a front yard parking pad with a walkway connecting the parking pad with the north side entrance. The committee had before it the following communication. Copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, covering the letter from the agent, email correspondence between the agent and transportation, email correspondence between the agent and community planning, arborist's report. We also have a list and context map of comparably approved variances in the area. We also have a staff report from Urban Forestry, and we have 16 form letters in support signed by owners and occupants of 170, 170A, 171, 173, 174, 176, 177, 179, 181, 183, 185, and 193 Strathern Road, 200 and 206 Ava Road, and 101 and 105 Everton Road. And that's it. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Matt Klymans from CGL Architects, and our address is 156 Avenue Road.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Let me just see if my colleagues would like a presentation or have questions for you. No? A question? Yeah. Mr. Lombardi's got a question for Mr. Kleiman.
Okay.
Thank you. You indicated that the applicant would be open to including permeable pavers for the driveway to increase stormwater drainage. That's indicated, there's a note on your site plan, I believe, right? To that effect?
That's correct. And the site plan was revised to add that note to
Right.
include permeable pavers based on conversations with City of Toronto planning.
So would that be for that, what I'll call a driveway plus the walkway?
The comment from urban planning, I believe, only related to the proposed parking pad itself.
Okay.
So that's what we were addressing. But I believe the client would be open to, making that go up the walkway as
Okay.
well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Any other comments or questions? None? Mr. Clemens, we'll take it into committee and look for a
Okay.
decision for you. Thank you. Okay. Any thoughts? Mr. Lombardi?
Sure. This is 6 variances being requested. I think generally speaking, the delta between what's permitted and required is not overwhelming. It's supportable. I'll note the existing building envelope is being maintained. And the increase in FSI is really to simply increase the livable area of the first and second floor. And in my opinion, it's not characteristic of overdevelopment, as you can see from previous community adjustment decisions in the area that have been provided. I believe it fits the surrounding context in terms of prevailing character, both in front yard parking and again, the development is maintaining the existing building envelope. I think the front yard landscaping will improve the existing condition, and I note, as I just mentioned, and asked the applicant is prepared to include permeable pavers in the front yard parking pad and the walkway. So I don't see any impacts of a planning nature from this application. There's overwhelming support from the surrounding neighborhoods. So I'll move a motion approving the application, granting the 6 variances, subject to urban forestry condition number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Do we have a second? Mr. Clay? Thank you. Okay, we have a motion to approve. It's moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Clemens, you have your approval. Thank you. And moving on to item number, bear with me while I open the next file. Okay, we now move to item number 29, which is 88 Malvern Avenue. 88 Malvern Avenue, purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a partial 1-story addition, a porch enclosure, and a rear 3-story addition with a 3rd-story deck to replace the existing rear 2-story portion of the dwelling and a rear ground floor deck. This rear 3-story addition will be cantilevered on the north side of the dwelling. The existing rear 1-story detached ancillary building, garage containing a workshop, will be maintained and unaltered. The committee had before the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 6 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, staff report from urban forestry, and correspondence in support from 86 and 90 Malvern Avenue. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Ms. Denegri, if we could just get your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, yes. My name is Maria Denegri, principal of Denegri Bassai Studio. We're located at 1088 Vassar Street, and I'm here representing the property owner.
Thank you very much. We have before us two variances that are being requested. We don't have anybody in opposition, but let me just see if my colleagues would require either a presentation or have questions for you.
Okay.
Quick question. So,
Mr. Clay?
it's a nice design. I, just looking at the deck on the third floor.
Did I forget to put privacy
Oh,
screens
you
on?
did. No, it's on one side, and I'm not sure it's on both. Do you need it?
Okay.
Do you need it on both?
Well, you can add that to the approval if and the condition, for sure, I'll put privacy screens.
Yeah, I noticed it on one elevation. I didn't see
Yeah.
it on the other, so
Yeah.
I just wanted to check with you.
Okay. So assume privacy screens on both sides, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? None? Ms. Denegri will take it into committee and look for decision for you. Okay. Another straightforward application. Thank you, Mr. Lombardi.
So location is in the Upper Beach. This street and the surrounding area are undergoing a good deal of redevelopment and renovation of housing. The proposed design reflects what's existing in the neighborhood in 2.5 and 3-story homes with an existing roof slope on the 3rd floor, which is tucked towards the rear, and the FSI is in keeping with the size of the existing homes in the area and will accommodate livable space, increased livable space for the family. There's a great deal of support from the neighborhoods. The front yard setback variance results partially from the enclosed front porch. So I think the variances are minor in nature and they reinforce the existing physical character of the neighborhood. So I'm prepared to move a motion supporting the approval of the application and granting the 2 variances subject to condition number 2 of urban forestry, plus we just have added the privacy screening on the 3rd floor deck.
North and south side.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Clay, thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, are the members okay? You want to take a 5-10-minute break, or are we okay?
Is there a lot of speakers coming up for the next one?
For the next item, yes.
Yeah, why don't we just 5 minutes
yeah.
before?
Take a 10-minute break? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, members, please turn off your videos, microphones. Please mute the room. Okay, members, please turn on your videos, microphones.
Okay, and we're back with item number 30. Oh, thank you so very much. I might choke though, but thank you. Item number 30 is 863 Davenport Road, and the purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached ancillary building with a basement level below abutting the laneway. This building will contain one laneway suite occupying the first and second levels, and one parking space with storage occupying the basement level. The second story will be cantilevered at the side, west side of the building, and there will be exterior stairs on the west side, a canopy at the northwest corner, and a second story terrace at the southwest corner. There will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 unit within the main building and 1 unit in the ancillary building. The committee had before it the following communication. Pardon me. A copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, and we have a heights and zoning diagram also from the agent. We have correspondence in support from 867, 855, 865, 859, 862 Davenport Road. We have correspondence in concern and interest from 198 Ashworth Avenue. And we also have correspondence in opposition from 210, 240, 208, 235, 212, 218, 234, 210, 216, 191, 212, 206, and 204 Ashworth Avenue. And we also have materials in opposition from 210 Ashworth Avenue. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and 3 registered speakers.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Giles, are you here? Oh. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
If you could just give us your name and address for the record, please.
Sure, my name is Lyndon Giles from Giles Architects.
Thank you.
1121 Dufferin Street, and we are the agents for the application.
Thank you. We will need a presentation. As you note, we've got folks in opposition.
Certainly.
If you don't mind, 5 minutes. Thank you.
So first, thank you for taking the time to review the proposed application. The new home is intended to allow an aging parent to move onto her son's family property. If you could refer to the heights diagram we've provided, good reference point. We are requesting a minor variance for an increase in height of 1.2 meters. On the north elevation, the garden side, the lane house has a height of above grade of 6.3 meters. Since there is a drop of nearly 1 story over the length of the lane house, the established grade sits higher than the lane level. Measured from the ground floor, the overall height is 8.7 meters. In considering the context of the area, we've designed the lane elevation to appear as a 2-story house with a pitched roof. The vertical face of that elevation is capped at 6.8 meters, sloping or stepping back for the remainder of the height. This height of 6.8 meters is actually 0.7 meters lower than what would be allowed based on how the established grade is calculated. This terrace also that steps back is stepping back by 2 meters, which is 3 meters from the property line. And the bedroom roof slopes back at 45 degrees. If you refer to the 3D renderings as well, you can see that we've curved the corners on the west elevation to soften the overall massing. There's also some color renderings that were uploaded as well to show the same views. The driving factor for this height request is to provide level access from the shared family garden and yard to the ground floor. All other zoning envelope bylaws have been met. Not only will this allow the client to stay socially connected to her son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter, who I believe just left, but the design is planned for age-in-place conversion. On the ground floor, you can see the living room can be converted to a double bedroom. The ground floor bathroom will be equipped with a wheelchair-friendly shower, and the front door and garden sliding doors will be level access. Due to the dramatic slope of the property, the garage level will be largely retaining walls. The family would like to continue to use this space for off-street parking for their bicycles and car. This is particularly important to them as Davenport is a very busy street. To mitigate concerns of overlook, the roof terrace is inset rather than protruding with solid opaque balustrades. This is a small terrace with a floor space of less than 4 square meters. The second floor bedroom window is provided with skylights rather than windows, reducing the direct line of sight to below. That said, an elevated terrace along this lane would not be out of context. If you could refer to the terrace map, which is a photo of the houses on the south side of the property. And that would be a separate document. It's called the terrace map or terrace drawing. There's a photograph of the houses. It's kind of further back with, I think it's a PDF actually. Unless it was put together. No, there's a terrace diagram maybe. There's one more. If you don't have it here, I have it up on my screen. I can show you, but it was submitted. It should be in the application. It might be terrace diagram. Terrace diagram, yeah. Looks like that. Might be. I mean, if it's fine if I don't have the image, I can show you. But there it is. Yeah, just to say, with all kind of concerns of overlook, that said, an elevated terrace along this lane would not be out of context. A substantial number of the houses on the south side of the lane currently have elevated terraces on the 3rd or 2nd floor. Therefore, the majority of properties on the lane are already overlooked by at least one neighbor. We've received support from the direct neighbors to the west, and the neighbors to the east have not expressed an opposition to the proposal. We believe that this proposal reflects the spirit of laneway housing. This new home could allow for long-term independent living while creating a multi-generational shared space for the whole family. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you kindly. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you at this point.
Please.
If not, we'll move on to the folks in opposition. Any questions at this point? None? Good. Thank you so very much, and we'll come back to you momentarily. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll call the speaker from 204 Ashworth Avenue to the podium.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Name and address, please.
So my name is Dean Tarian, and I'm at 204 Ashworth Avenue.
Thank you. You've got 5 minutes to make your case. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm located on the the north side of the street. My property borders the laneway, for which the proposed laneway suite will be located. My property is approximately 4 to 5 properties east of the proposed laneway suite. This proposal to increase the height of the laneway suite at 863 Davenport is no minor variance. The height increase of 7.5 meters is substantial relative to the permitted maximum of 6.3 meters, and almost 20% increase in height.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're having some technical issues with YouTube.
You want to pause until we get it up and running?
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. I think there's a bit of lag there, right? He could be watching like 10 seconds.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay. I don't know where to start now. To go right from the beginning? Okay.
At the beginning.
Okay. So this proposal to increase the height of the laneway suite at 863 Davenport Road is no minor variance. The height increase of 7.5 meters is substantial relative to the permitted maximum of 6.3 meters and almost 20% increase in height. This is significant on its own, but using the elevated slope property grade at 863 Davenport Road would essentially create a tower from the surrounding Ashworth residents' perspective, measuring almost 40% above the permitted height in the bylaw at 8.7 meters if measured of the grade of the laneway. This is a substantial increase in height relative to the limit set in bylaw 569/2013 for a laneway suite. Assuming most adjacent garages conform to the permitted height of 4 meters, approving the variance would make this proposed laneway suite over twice the height of the surrounding garages. Our current views at Ashworth of the existing tree lines along the steep slope running from Davenport Road to St. Clair Avenue from our properties would be significantly impacted, and the juxtaposition of the proposed laneway suite and the surrounding environment would be stark. Therefore, approving this variance and allowing this laneway suite to be constructed to the requested height would not respect the rhythm, proportions, or character of the existing neighborhood. This laneway house will also create privacy issues for surrounding properties, including my own, in the fall and winter when the trees all lose their leaves at a height of 8.7 meters from the laneway grade, and the laneway suite's balcony and windows on the second story, which is really a third story as the basement is an above ground first story. The proposed laneway house would have views into all the surrounding Ashworth backyards and windows. Approving this variance for the laneway suite proposal would set a height standard precedent for all future laneway houses at Davenport properties that align with the length of Ashworth Avenue to the south. Over time, the residents on the north side of Ashworth bordering the laneway could be subjected to a wall of giant laneway suites that incorrectly adhere to the grade of the highly sloped elevation of the Davenport properties and not the grade of the alley that is more closely aligned with the Ashworth properties. Please note the strong opposition of Ashworth residents with 14 letters detailing the significant impacts to our community. This compares to the small number of support, of which 5 of 6 are simply just not opposed and don't provide any detail at all, of the few residents of Davenport that will be largely unaffected and potentially benefit if this variance in height for this laneway suite is approved. I strongly object and oppose the proposed variance to bylaw 569/2013 that would increase the height of this proposed laneway height from 6.3 meters to 7.5 meters at the grade of the 863 Davenport Road property. The significant increase in height does not maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw that likely consider a generally flat topography and laneway suites consistent with the similar grades of the surrounding properties. The variance is certainly not minor, and there is no justification on why the proponent needs to build what is essentially a 3-story laneway suite. This is not consistent with neighborhood character. The proposed laneway suite at 863 Davenport is more consistent with the characteristics of a house and not an ancillary building. The proponent should revisit and revise their plans and build a structure that complies with the bylaws. And the city should ensure that any plans by property owners on Ashworth or Davenport for future laneway builds appropriately measure height from the laneway grade and not the slope of the surrounding properties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you at this point. If not, we'll move on to the next person.
Okay.
Seeing none, thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have 2 speakers from 210 Ashworth Avenue who will share the 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's just you speaking, I take it.
No, my wife is on WebEx.
Oh, she's online.
Yes, and so what I'll do, I guess 4 minutes, and then she's got 1 minute to just take it home.
Doesn't seem fair, but you know, it's.
She said she says I only need 1 minute. You're the one that talks too much. Brevity is what she's known for.
Thank you. Name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Marcelo Alterman. I live at 210 Ashworth. And 210 Ashworth happens to be, my backyard happens to be on the laneway, and it also happens to be directly opposite to the auxiliary building that is part of this proposal. And I'm not objecting to auxiliary homes. I think they're wonderful, amazing things. I'm objecting to the variance. Because I think it is extreme. It is not minor at all. It is an increase of close to 20%, from 6.3 meters to 7.5 meters. But in the context of this application, it's much higher than that. But because if you're in my backyard and you're looking at the rear facade, what you see is an 8.7 meter wall, an incredible mass that sits there day and night, 365 days a year. I have to peek over here, and what I will see is people on the third deck, like an eagle's nest, overlooking my backyard, and I am directly in front of them. Their windows are on my windows. So I have a bathroom there. They're gonna see me peeing. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We don't have a problem with auxiliary buildings. I think they're wonderful things, fantastic. But in this particular case, they're taking advantage of the slope. The slope allows them to create a 3-story building. Now, they can call the basement a basement, but from where I'm standing, it's not a basement, it's a first floor. Right? Any one of you standing on the laneway or in my backyard are looking at a 3-story structure. And he knows, the architect, the gentleman over here, the well-dressed gentleman over here, he knows this is the case. He told you. Because he said, look, I angled the windows. Right? My parents had angled windows back in Oshawa, right? And when the sun shone, it became a lighthouse, right? So he angled the windows. People are going to be on the 3rd floor overlooking me, what I do. Not only me, my other neighbors, Alan and Joel, who sent, and also Mary, my other neighbors. We're very upset at this, not because we think that they can build, this architect, we've seen some of the stuff he's done. He can build amazing things. He can build a really wonderful place for tenants or others to live in there. Doesn't have to be this. We know that this is going to set a precedent. And I can tell you exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be a mass across all of the laneway. And that's not what we want. That's not what we're talking about when we talk about gentle gentrification. That's not what it means, right? I sent you guys some pictures of laneway houses. I tried to find ones with actual addresses so that there's no AI ones that kind of sneak in. But all of them kind of show you they're 2-story modest properties. This is not that. From where I look, it's a perch, right? And psychologically, how can it be on my backyard when I've got this looking at me? The proposal establishes an undesirable build.
Mr. Alterman, just to remind you, you're at 1:13 if you want your wife to have the 1 minute.
I will say, yeah, I think I'll stop there, unfortunately.
You don't want to be in trouble.
Yes, so I'll allow my wife to continue.
Thank you.
I think, yes, for marital bliss, you sometimes need to shut up.
Well, maybe I can be 30 seconds or less, Marcelo.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could we just get your name and address, please?
Absolutely. My name is Lori Gold. I am at 210 Ashworth Avenue. And I would like to just add that, among other things, this building is 1% smaller than the main house. That's not very ancillary, in my opinion. And the other thing I want to add is I don't think this is a complete application. There is no variance request for the softscaping. And it's hard to tell. There's a massive deck that appears in the current drawings. That deck has disappeared somehow in the new drawings. But when you look at the yard, by my calculation, we're looking at less than 10% softscaping. Now, it's a big yard. I don't know that we necessarily need a full 85% softscaping, but less than 10% is not very much at all. Now, that's a guess because there's no drawings there that really show, and I can't really calculate it out per purpose. And I can walk you through how I got to my 10%, but it is not a lot of softscaping. And this, by the way, stormwater, of course, when you're at the bottom of a hill, stormwater matters. Our property is actually below the stormwater drain lines.
Sorry to interrupt, but you're almost out of time.
No problem, I'm done.
Thank you so very much for both your presentations. Any questions for Mr. Altman? None? Okay, we'll move on to the next person. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Pardon me.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, we have no more speakers. We will move back to the agent.
Thank you, Mr. Giles. If we could have you back again, please.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. We've made multiple attempts to locate the speakers from 206 Ashworth Avenue, 208, and 234 Ashworth Avenue. We've made multiple attempts and we're unsuccessful.
Thank you very much. You've heard the concerns. Time for rebuttal.
I guess I don't have a clear rebuttal prepared, but just to comment on a few of the comments. So first, there was a mention of a deck. It's an old deck. It's existing. The plan is to have it removed. So as far as soft landscaping, what we've presented in the site plan is proposed. As far as the height and the concern about the precedence as well, I think that this property is unique in looking at the row of Davenport houses. This has a very steep, kind of more steep drop, the way that the current landscaping is shown. And as you move further to the west, then it's less dramatic. And so I guess the other properties wouldn't be subject to the same by right established grade that we might see here. As far as kind of concerns about overlook, it's a fairly treed area in the back area. You can see from the existing site photos that I was actually hoping to get a better photograph of the terrace for 210 Ashworth, but you can see here it's impossible to see even the back of the house from this view. And if there's any other questions that you have, I'm happy to take them now. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So I was out at the site and I did walk the laneway, and perception is one thing, but I'm wondering if you can clarify. I'm looking at the survey and I'm looking at the geodetic. So at Davenport Road, at your front property line, looks like it's 104.73, I think, roughly. And then at the lane, at your property line, it is 101.37, 33.37. That's a difference of about, well, is that in meters or feet?
As meters.
Meters. So it's about a 3.26 meter difference, 11 feet. It didn't seem that significant to me of a ratio. Putting it at 1 to 13 is really the ratio there. Can you speak to that? Because I think you're hearing that the proposal, which from the laneway will appear almost like a 3-foot, three-story proposal. Can you speak to that?
Sure, and I should also clarify, we at no point have called the garage level a basement. I think that's how it was kind of translated when it was put into the document, but I appreciate it's a garage level. Certainly we're not trying to pretend that it's hidden underground. The property currently has a retaining wall kind of partway along. And so that's kind of where you see a bit of a flatter elevation for the majority of the yard, and then it steps down, which is why I was saying kind of further to the west, you don't have that same gradient. These houses in this area all have that same situation where there's a retaining wall, so it affects the drop a lot more dramatically.
And was the purpose of the, I'll call it angular plane of the rear elevation to address
The height differences.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I appreciate that it's kind of close to the property line. There's existing neighbors there. The 6.8 meters is a bit of a nod, I guess, to what the as of right would be if you measured it from the lane, which obviously doesn't apply here. With the 45 degrees and the setback terrace at the kind of edge of the northern edge of the properties on Ashworth, I believe that you won't be able to see the 45-degree roof slope just based on kind of how close it is and what angle it is that you would get. So, yeah, that's.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions at this point? None? Okay, Mr. Giles will take it into committee and try and render a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, perhaps I'll just start off some comments that are observations. I think this is another case in Toronto of context. And I blame the Ice Age for this particular situation, as this was part of the ancient beachhead for Glacial Lake. And so we do have this difference in elevation. And I can appreciate from the neighbors to the south on Ashworth that through no fault of their own, they'll have what looks like a 3-story structure or 2.5-story, essentially 3-story structure in their backyard. Whereas from the owners and agents' perspective, it's a laneway suite. And so it's one of those circumstances where I think through no fault of anybody, this is just the context that we have. But I do appreciate the fact that from the Ashworth community, this will seem like a pretty substantial structure in their backyard. And I find that problematic, and one of the variances is, again, increase in height. And I think that presents a problem. So I have difficulty with that particular one. Mr. Lombardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take a bit of a different approach. So looking at it from our mandate and from a policy, planning policy context, the application is requesting 2 variances in total. There are no variances for separation distance, setback, soft landscaping, or lot coverage. I realize there are currently 14 letters of objection, and we've heard from some of those individuals today. There are some letters in support. The letters in opposition are all sort of similar in identifying issues and tone. There's concerns expressed about privacy and precedence in terms of the impacts of the approval. So from a planning policy perspective, the city adopted official plan amendments 403 and 460. 2018, 2019, with the objective, and I'm quoting from the OPs and the final reports, to provide full range of housing in terms of built form, tenure, and affordability across the city. Now, it goes on to say, included in that is wording to guide laneway suite development in a manner that continues to implement policies 4.1.5 and 4.1.9 in neighborhoods in the official plan. That includes the following criteria. I think this is important. Now, laneway suites are to be subordinate in height and area to the main house. no higher than 2 stories, being abutting a public lane, limiting privacy and overlook issues on adjacent properties, and ensuring the lot will continue to support and/or reinforce the existing pattern of established neighborhood patterns, the established neighborhood. I think this proposal does address all of those criteria. And it does not, it's subordinate in height and area to the main house. It's no higher than 2 stories. It's abutting a private lane. The issue of limiting privacy and overlook to adjacent properties, it backs onto a lane. There's a 1.5 meter privacy screening on the southwest corner, which is where the terrace is. And it's ensuring that the lot continues to, in my opinion, respect and reinforce the existing pattern of the established neighborhood, because there are, on the laneway, there are garages. They back onto the laneway, and they are a certain height. They're not the same height as this, but I think the applicant's variances are somewhat minor in nature, in my opinion. So I'll be supporting this, even though I understand the concerns that have been addressed. As I said, I was at the site. The slope is not as imposing, and again, that's my opinion. I don't live there, but I think I can support this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Mr. Ghosh?
So I think the laneway design is very sensitive in many ways, and that's sort of apparent by the fact that we really only have this height variance to consider. So our issue here really is about the height and how imposing that will be over the neighbors, and whether that's an undue impact to such a degree that this is no longer a minor impact on them. So that's what we're looking at. I think it might be fair to take a look at the back of the laneway and say that so I was just looking at the elevation there, and it's 8.6 meters. So one way of considering this is it's a variance from 6.3 meters to 8.6 meters if you want to consider it from the laneway side. I think it's a really nice design that's accomplishing a lot for the homeowners. And I think the design is doing its best to mitigate the height. The garage is lower than what one usually sees for a garage level. It's only 2.3 meters. So that's clearly to try to minimize the impact of that on the neighbors to the south. And contrary to some of the other applications we've seen today, the yards are a decent size. They're not the largest in the city, but they're not the smallest either. So the houses are separated from the lane. And I also note that it's a very highly forested laneway. And I actually think a lot of the privacy impacts that the neighbors very clearly feel they will have, and anyone in that situation would likely feel the same and is entitled to sort of imagine things the way it is that they do, I think will in fact in reality be mitigated a lot by these trees that for much of the year will make the building pretty difficult to see from say the windows in the houses to the south. So I think it's kind of on the border, but I think I find it supportable for the objectives that it's achieving. I don't think there is an impact, but I think the reality of the impact will not be the same as the perceived impact. I think the impact in reality will be fairly minimal on how people live their lives in this area once it's complete.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Mr. Clay, Ms. Plaisir, any thoughts?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've been going back and forth on this one. The interesting grading situation certainly gives us a lot to consider here. I do think that how laneway suites are experienced from the lanes and from properties across lanes is very important in terms of how they fit in or don't fit into certain contexts. And I do think that this design has done a lot to address those massing concerns. Looking at the heights diagram that's been provided, I think has been really helpful for me in terms of kind of envisioning what is as of right versus what this is asking for. And I don't think that the variance is, I do think that the variance in this context is minor. So at this point I am also leaning towards supporting the application.
Thank you, Mr. Clay.
Well, I'm going to take, again, a bit of a contrary view. From my perspective, context is everything. And notwithstanding the fact that it sort of meets the requirements of the 6.3 height from the property owner's side, and I think they're trying to maximize not surprisingly trying to maximize it, but from the laneway itself, it is almost 9 meters, which is a backyard context. And from my perspective, backyards are important. Those are the places that people look for respite. And it's an important aspect of residents' life and lifestyle. And when you put a 8.7 meter high from the context of the people on Ashford high in the laneway, I think that, in my view, represents an impact, a fairly dramatic impact in terms of massing and visual. I'm not as fussed about the overlook. I think there's ways to mitigate that, and it's a bedroom on the second floor. So I don't really see it being a negative overlook impact, but I do think it's a massing concern. And the variance before us is, even though it's an averaging of the grade, is still well over a meter of what the bylaw provides for, which is significant in my view for a laneway or rear yard structure. And the application suffers a little bit from, in my view, of being on a grade and the elevation being higher than those properties behind it. That's just the nature of this area of Davenport. But it gets exacerbated a little bit when a structure that is on the laneway, which is close to the properties on Ashford, is in my view, a fairly significant height and represents a massing which I think has an unnecessarily negative impact on those properties. So from my perspective, I look at it as I'm walking down the laneway or those folks in those backyards, and I think for those reasons, I think it is a negative impact on them, and I think the height is a problem for me.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Okay, who would like to try and push a motion forward? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Ghosh.
So for some of the reasons I discussed before, I think, I take the view that this is a minor variance, and it's been designed to be as minimally impacting in the height as it can be with the setback and the sloped windows, and again, site context wise, this is to the north of it, so the mass is not going to be creating a shadow either for those properties. And so for these reasons, I'm of the view that it meets the four tests, understanding that this is the sort of situation where opinions quite reasonably may vary, but I'm of the view it meets the four tests and move to approve it and I see no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Do we have a seconder, Mr. Lombardi? Okay, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3. All those against? Thank you. Are you abstaining? Oh, are you or against?
I'm against.
Thank you kindly. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clay and Mr. White, 2. Thank you. Mr. Giles, you have your approval, 3 to 2. Thank you, everybody. And let's move on to item number 31. Item number 31 is 33 Lowther Avenue, and the purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story townhouse dwelling by constructing a rear third story addition, a rear second and third story Juliet balconies, and a rear basement walkout. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. 5 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, and presentation materials from the agent. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you, and this application has a single variance before us. So, oops.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I'm a little getting my papers shuffled here.
No problem at all. Good evening, I suppose I should say at this point anyway.
Good afternoon. And if you could get your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, so Mr. Chair, members of committee, my name is Naomi Maris, a lawyer with Aird & Burles LLP, and my address is 181 Bay Street, Suite 1800.
Thank you, Ms. Maris. Let me just ask my colleagues if they require a presentation, or they would may have some questions for you. Any questions? Any need for presentation? None at all. Okay. Ms. Maris, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision.
Thank you.
Okay. Who would like to run with this particular one? It's just an
Sure,
FSI.
I can take.
Yeah.
I'll take this one. It's
Thank you.
very straightforward. In fact, I think it probably does it win the award for the smallest variance of the day.
It's contending for sure.
It's a very straightforward application. It's just a small addition to the third story. It doesn't represent any negative impact. The variance is just a modest increase in FSI. I think it's quite supportable. I'll move a motion to approve with no conditions.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? No,
I didn't
don't
see
think
it.
so.
Do you see it, Dino?
Is it in the supplementary? That's for number 37, perhaps? Nanton Avenue?
Maybe I'm mistaken, but it is a designated, designated within the East Annex CHD.
I don't see anything.
Heritage, there's a report from Heritage, just going to it now. Yeah, it's condition, June 23rd, 2026.
So where are you looking, Dino?
Where are you looking?
Yeah, that's not in our package.
Do you get your own package over there?
No, I'm looking at 33 Loudon. That's what we're dealing with, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It is in the application information center.
Oh, it's on the ASC, but not in our materials?
I thought I checked both, but it's definitely there. Like I said,
Hang on. We'll
it's a letter dated.
get the experts to look at it.
June 23rd, 2022, from Heritage Planning, Program Manager, Urban Design.
It's on the screen now.
Oh, there you go.
Mm-hmm. Let me just ask Ms. Maris, Are you aware of the heritage recommendation or condition rather?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I am aware of the condition. My client is aware of the condition. We are in full support.
Okay, wonderful. You have more information than some of us do.
Okay, so there is a heritage condition, so move approval of the application subject to heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Thank you for catching that as well.
I think we now have to check every application with Dino before we...
All those in favor? Thank you. Ms. Maris, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, and moving on to number 32. Number 32 is 195 GRASSI Street. And 195 GRASSI Street, purpose of the application is to legalize and to maintain the existing rear ground floor L-shaped deck with stairs and a rear third floor rooftop deck, including a hot tub and a shower. This was all constructed without an authorized building permit to the existing 3-story semi-detached dwelling. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, email correspondence between the agent and Metrolinx ordered to comply affecting the subject property, and correspondence in opposition from 193 GRASSI Street. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and 3 registered speakers in person.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Lopes, are you there?
Yes, absolutely. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. and
Good
committee
afternoon.
members.
Just a little louder, please.
My name is Bruno Lopes from MXL Engineering and Associates, and I'm here at 1649 St. Clair Avenue West, representing the owner.
Thank you very much. We will require a short presentation since we have folks in opposition.
Yes, absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is actually a very simple application in nature. Of course, not myself condone the aftermath coming to ask for forgiveness, but in all matters, this is very simple. So there was an existing access to the main floor that the owner decided to do a little bit of, let's call it, embellishment. The owner of the property to the north has no problem with it because it actually benefits because it's now completely, fully, I would say, or partially enclosed on the main floor. And the 3rd story where they decide to put a hot tub, it's fully enclosed. So in terms of privacy and so on, there's not a problem. The second variance is something that I'm experienced myself for the first time. So a platform that is over 20 centimeters. So we have 25 centimeters, which means that they have done a 2x10 with plywood. If they have done 2x6s or so, probably wouldn't be a variance. And the only variance would be the one on the main floor that actually comes to the side yard setback, which is at 0. It's pretty much on property line. But again, the neighbor to the north, which is the one directly affected, he has no issues with it.
Thank you. I just have a quick question before I ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you. On top of the rendition that I'm looking at, so the hot tub is surrounded by a plywood wall. Oops, sorry, that has disappeared from there. We go. Oops, back again. It's surrounded by plywood, and then on top of the roof you've got another deck.
So the deck is just on the 3rd floor. So the one that we have before us is the 3rd floor. If we go to the 3D on the very first page,
yeah,
on the rear, on the right side.
Yeah, the 3rd floor you've got a plywood square block at the back.
It looks like plywood on the rendering. It's, I would say, a poor imaging in terms of renderization because, again, sometimes it's difficult to mimic the exact condition. But it's privacy screening. It means that, yeah, it's fully enclosed.
And then it seems that there's a ladder that goes up to above on the roof of that level.
Yes, there is some mechanical upstairs, and for maintenance, the owner decided to put some railings for safety. So it's not part of this application. This is not a variance or anything. It's just again part of maintenance.
And the owner did all of this without thinking that they'd need a building permit.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, it happens.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just see if there are any questions for you, any others for this point.
Sorry, I might have just missed it, but there is also a rooftop deck, which you were saying is not part of this variance, but and it seems to be accessed by a ladder. None of this looks very usual. Why is that not part of this application?
Well, it's part of the application again because it's there, and this has been there. And the ladder is just access. The ladder is a removable ladder. So if these would be for access, would have permanent stairs. These are not permanent stairs. So the ladder is just so we can actually show the access to the upstairs. And you see, it's fully blocked all the way around.
So why is there no variance for a 4th story platform, which is what I would call that area?
Well, that's how zoning interpreted it. And to myself, I don't see as it's like any other place that we have maintenance, access maintenance. It's not a livable space, right?
No height variance?
So you're saying that enclosed with a glass railing at the front and metal railings on the other side, flat rooftop with access is a non-habitable space?
Correct.
I think you're right that that's how the zoning examiner must have interpreted it, but I have trouble crediting that in reality, looking at not just the renderings, but also the photos of the existing condition and the plans. But I suppose that's not a question, that's more of a comment.
Can I further that then, Phil? What mechanical is up there?
So you have the ACs, instead of having downstairs, you have it up in the roof. So we have it on our MXL office as well. So we usually use the highest point as to put in the mechanical, the compressors. So if you have to do maintenance, it's a hazard for whoever is going to go up there unless we design roof anchors like we do for commercial projects. The client decides to do something different on his own, and now it's there, right? So.
Okay. It seems unusual.
Okay, Mr. Lombardi?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You asked a question I always ask on legal and maintain applications. Why was this done without a building permit? And of course, the owner is never at or available for questions. Your answer was it happens. Is that what I heard?
I guess people take their chances, right? So on this scenario, again, MXL doesn't condone with doing work without permit. Whatever was the situation, because most of the time what happens is some contractors, they say that they got permits, they never got permits, and they grab the money, they run, and there is not even a permit. They trick owners. I don't know exactly what was the situation here, but I apprehend that could be the owner just taking its own risk, or thinking that he wouldn't require a permit, or even getting a contractor that pretty much just telling something different.
I'm not going to prolong it, but so there's a shower there as well, right? And that's exposed, right?
Yes, correct. It's outside, just beside the hot tub.
Okay, and the rooftop 4th floor patio. I'm going to call it a patio. I don't know what the applicant is calling it, but what is that used for? Is it for an amenity space?
No, this is just access to the compressors, AC compressors. So the equipment that is up there, it has to have access. So this becomes a safety issue. So if you go there and you send a technician, where do they gonna have tying their ropes, right? So the only way to do safety here, and again, either we go with the building code in a sense, or we go with safety, right? We can leave it out there for your perception of not having it. We can have it without, but in a sense, who's gonna go up there?
So
They're gonna
that's
say,
rear
well, how do I gonna
HVAC?
tie in? How do I gonna be safe in there?
Okay, is that HVAC?
Yes, correct, yeah.
Okay. I mean, isn't that typically just on the ground? Anyway, you have a glass guard there, so again, it's not fencing, it's not privacy screening, you haven't screened it, right?
This one to the front is not fully screened, no, but we can create an opaque look if required. We can always glaze it.
Yep, thank you.
No problem.
I do have some.
Hold on 1 second, we've, Mr. Ghosh has another question. Go ahead, Mr. Ghosh.
Yeah, so looking at the two variances, is it fair to say the first variance deals with the ground floor deck and the second variance deals with the third floor platform deck, rooftop deck?
Absolutely. So if this platform deck would be 5 centimeters lower, which is just like about an inch, we won't have that variance. And if the balcony or the deck on the main floor would be 45 centimeters away from property line, we won't be at committee today.
If this third floor platform was not permitted, that would also remove access to the rooftop mechanical area, correct?
No, this one thing doesn't go with the other. If you go to our drawings, if staff can pull A02, A020404, you see the variance caused, it's actually, yes, that's the one. It's just a one step. So this step is actually a 2x10, which is 9 1/4 plus plywood, which brings it to 10 inches. 10 inches is 0.25 centimeters. If you would have to have a legal at 0.2, we have to do it out of 2x8 with the plywood. So most probably either the contractor or the owner, if they would know these, if it would go in the regular course of action, would have designed these and would be flagged, and instead of doing out of 2x10, we'll do it out of 2x8, and we won't have this variance.
I'm not sure that I follow. You're saying that you wouldn't need to have this variance.
Correct, because this variance is that there is a step
I see.
from the inside to the house to the patio, to the third floor patio. And this step is on the drawings, is as built, it's 10 inches, which is 0.25 centimeters. If we hadn't made it out of 2x8s, which would be 7 1/4 plus plywood or so, we would be probably at not even 9 inches. So we would be at less than 0.2, which is the requirement.
So you're saying
about 5 centimeters.
You're saying that a rear third story platform of this size in this location is as of right. It's just the fact that it's located above the roof that's the problem? Like
Exactly correct. So it's just the step, when we step, the access to this platform has to be a maximum of 0.2 meters, which is 20 centimeters, which is literally 9 1/4 inches or so. But it's with 25 centimeters, which is 10 inches. So even as a building code, it doesn't pass because we have to have another step, because as you know, the steps are 7 7/8 in riser. So this one passes the riser allowed by building code, so automatically we have to have 2 steps. And this is the trigger for the variance. It's something that I've never experienced before for zoning.
Mr. Lombardi's got a question for you.
Last question from you, from me. Are you aware of the complaints in the letter registered and filed with this Committee of Adjustment from 193 regarding impact on roof and also overlook and privacy issues?
Yes, absolutely. So in terms of privacy issues, I think it's very obvious to all of us that shouldn't be any issues because everything is literally fenced out. So and the privacy fence is very high. It's not at 5 or 6 feet. It's actually past 8 feet. In regards to encroachments, like it's mentioned on the letter, I don't believe this exists. We're gonna design as per or right, and if on the field something is different, the building inspector will be the one that will be actually telling to through a survey or through any other means to correct the action. Our mandate is just doing the design within the property limits, and that's what we do. If in fact something happens, which we doubted, because we actually we did a 3D rendering of the existing building, and to us, to MXL, we don't think there is any encroachment. But again, if required, a survey will be provided at the end.
Thank you.
Are you guys from 193?
Thank you. May I just ask you one question?
You're 193? Okay.
I just have one question for you. With regard to the order to comply, do you know if the owner responded to the required action that the order to comply requires?
Yes, correct. So that's why we are here today, Mr. Chair. The requirement was to obtain a building permit.
Yeah.
We were on site, we measured the entire house, we measured everything, we just replicated in 3D, and we put everything to the best of our ability, and whatever information we collect, that's
Great.
it, it's reflected here.
Thank you so much. We have some folks in opposition, so they will be speaking, and then you can respond again. Thank you. Okay. Hi, good afternoon.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll start with the two speakers from 193 GRASSI.
Good afternoon. If you could get your name and address, please.
My name is Cal. Address 193 GRASSI Street.
Okay. Were you able to hear that? Could you just repeat that, please?
Sure. My name is Cal Mutler, 193 GRASSI Street.
Hi.
This is my stepdad, Dr.
David Sarvili.
Okay.
193 DeGarcia Street.
Thank you.
And this is my family.
Hello, my name is Lisa Taube, T-A-U-B, 44 Charles Street West, Suite 1403 in Toronto, M4Y 1 Robert 7.
Thank you. And I take it that you speaking on behalf of your dad, or?
We're all gonna speak, if you don't mind.
But if you're from the same address, then you have 5 minutes, and you're from a different address, separate 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, no problem. So if you want to speak on behalf of both of you, or you want to split your 5 minutes?
Okay, we can split it.
Sure, whatever it's appropriate, but you have 5 minutes in total.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, this property is semi-detached. According to the photo, it shows separation, which is not good image. So this is one of the images that this is latest picture.
Yeah.
Jordan, can you go into the extra late?
Okay, sorry.
So you'll have to speak to the screen there, because no one else.
No problem, no worries, thank you.
Okay, you can speak to those
No,
photos.
these images, can you put this image first, please? Yeah. Yes, this, not really. That's right. So this is a semi-detached house. So when you look at it, we're doing renovation for the house because my stepdad gonna sell the house. So when people come, we have many contractors coming to help us with the renovation inside. They look at the house and they say, what is this on top? It's encroaching to our property, one thing. The second thing, it's invasion of a privacy, not to our only backyard, to all the neighborhoods. And it doesn't constitute anything really proper in the neighborhood. This neighborhood is very family-oriented neighborhood. Everybody is just easy, family-oriented. No, we don't have like anything on top of the roof. So those are the things, and we never gave them a permission. This person, when he came, bought this house, he did a huge major renovation inside and outside. We never had any permission from him, what he was going to do, what he's gonna do on top, nothing like that. So all of these really intrusive to our own, into our own property. And also we have a damage leak in the 3rd floor. While we're doing our renovation, the contractor noticed that could be from that roof, because vibration into that roof when they built it. So they told us, the neighbor themselves, they told us we might have a house leak. So we hired a contractor to look at the shingles, and 2 pieces were missing. So they have to replace them. And I have all the photos here, and I send them to you in your email so you can look at them. So that could be a major hazard for us. So we paid for these 2 pieces of shingles. The contractor, he said we can reconstruct the whole shingles, but we decided just to go for 2 pieces for now. But now we have to take it all out and put a new shingles into the house.
Can I just ask you a question? I know it's your time. Maybe we can stop the time while I ask you a question on that. So you're speaking to what we were referring to as this 4th floor
Yes.
rooftop
Yes.
thing.
Yes.
And your concern is privacy about that, and the structural damage, but privacy. So what the agent told us was that area is only to maintain the HVAC system, the air conditioning.
No.
So do you know if there's anything up there?
Yes. He has.
Is there a,
But
is
I'm
there-
gonna show
is
him
there a
what-
photo of
oh,
that?
sorry. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Present the photos on the screen so everyone can see it.
Sorry.
So do you, just while you're doing that, is there, to your knowledge, is there air conditioning equipment up there?
No, the roof, this photo, it shows 2 suntan chairs, like you're tanning, and I have enclosed photos, yes, those are the tanning chairs. There is a ladder behind, they climb on the ladder to get up to get a tan.
But there, to your knowledge, there's no air conditioning, mechanical stuff up there?
No, there is a photo like this, that's the one he's talking about, the bathtub and hot tub inside. Like, we have, this is our 3rd floor, we're supposed to have a little balcony. So beside it, he has his bathtub and a shower, and it's all enclosed. We cannot see the trees on the side, it's blocking our view, but that's his prerogative. We can't see anything, but the rooftop on top with the tanning chair, does constitute a problem and encroach into our property. If you
Right.
look closer, you'll see it.
And when was all of that built? Did you own the house when that was built?
Yes, we were at the pandemic at 21, 22, and we were living in Belleville temporarily because my stepdad was not feeling well.
If you go to Google,
Yes.
it's October 2020 is the picture of that. You can see 2 chairs.
That's right.
Yeah, but so that was when it was built, was in 2020, you left and then you came back and it was built? Is
No,
that
no, no.
the idea?
It was,
When
it was
built?
this, they renovated, it started 2019, 2020, that's what the whole thing. But we didn't really want to bother with them. But when we started doing renovation and bringing contractor, because we want to fix the house to sell it, a lot of contractors object to what he was doing, and nobody would buy a house, somebody, balcony or whatever they built on top in your house.
Thank you.
Sorry to have interrupted you, maybe we can let them finish.
So
Yeah.
you've got more time if you need it?
Yeah, I can only reiterate,
Take the mic closer to you.
reiterate what my stepson has just said. Number one, the rooftop deck is encroaching upon my property. Secondly, this rooftop deck was thank you. I've had leaks from this rooftop deck, since it was constructed, the rooftop deck is now towering above the average rooftops of the other houses. In the neighborhood. And I believe the majority of the homeowners would prefer to maintain the core character of the neighborhood. Furthermore, to my objection is the fact that this rooftop deck overlooks my backyard directly, and it is, I consider, an invasion of my privacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and your turn. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make a couple of observations just from my own witness account. I was on the property yesterday, happened chance, about 5 in the afternoon, and it's really a gorgeous street filled with lush trees and foliage. People are taking pride in their gardens, their landscape, and it's really interesting because it's a mixture of semi-detached like this, 1970s architecture, also very old architecture, perhaps small farmhouse that have been converted, and some upgraded, modernized homes as well, just apply to the older architecture, and it's gorgeous. I stood across the street taking everything in because it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun was shining, and it was just really beautiful. And I had turned to Cal, and I looked up, and that's, believe it or not, I've come to that house so many times, but mostly in the winter. So this is the first time that I actually noticed the upper transparent deck. And I said, this is really interesting. And I looked at it and I said, it's centered so perfectly, smack in the middle. And then I said, I actually find the transparency very attractive. It's very nice. It's almost like floating on top of the house. But then I turned to Cal and I said, wait a minute. What's that? It's a square on the right side. I said, that's sitting on your property. And Cal turned to me and said, yes, this is part of the problem. One of the few, there's a few problems here, but this is a major problem. And I said, I turned to him and I said, well, what happens when you go to sell the house? How is the new potential buyer going to feel about that? And he said, this is going to be a problem. And then I looked at the rest of the neighborhood and I said, it doesn't work. And Cal said, what do you mean? I said, it's actually really nice architecture. It's clean, it's modern. It just doesn't fit in the neighborhood. First of all, it's the only, what do I call it? It's the only patio on the rooftop. There's nothing on anybody else's rooftops. So it creates an imbalance on such a beautiful street, a nostalgic street, actually, made famous by the CBC television show, which we all knew way back, because the school is just 2 blocks up the street. So I said, it just doesn't seem to work. It just seemed very off-kilter. And I said, why did you, how did this come to be that they have, yes, they've positioned it smack in the middle so it looks good, but when you really look and you see on the right side, it's not fair. So I said, how did that come to be? Was there no discussion about this? And he said, no, they just went ahead and did it without our permission. And that is just my witness account from yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have any other speakers or?
Can I say, the contractor, can we put him as a witness on the phone, or he has to be here?
Is he registered as a speaker?
I put him in the paper, but he's not here. He can be witness on the phone.
I don't believe we're able to do that at this point, if I'm not mistaken.
Scott McDonald.
The contractor that constructed this?
No, Scott, he's working with us to renovate our house, and he witnessed the damage.
Heard all the concerns.
Oh, thank you. That's.
Okay, so that's where we'll end it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other speakers in the House?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no more speakers, and perhaps we can go back to the agent.
Thank you. Okay, let's go back to the agent. Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
You heard the concerns. Would you like to provide some feedback?
Yes, absolutely. So I believe we are diverting a bit from the application before us, but I hear the concerns. What we can definitely do, it's since this is an existing situation that it's not pleasant to the neighbors, we can propose these to be fully glazed, opaque. There are means and methods to actually do it, and that will pretty much take care of the concerns from the neighbors. In regards to the two minor variances, they are very minor in nature, but again, I think the focus here is on this existing, and I can see this is a situation that MXL wasn't aware about these chairs up there, and so the day that we did the measurements of the home, and we did a 3D video of it with our cameras, and everything was vacant, no chairs. So these chairs might be there at a certain point in time. We don't know exactly when, and so this is apparently from 2021. And again, this is not supposed to be a livable space. Definitely, it's an access point for maintenance. What we can propose is either to fully enclose or not having access, and have it gated. We are open to any, let's say, suggestions from committee how to mitigate this concern from the neighbor. And again, this not being a variance, but being a concern, we can certainly, like on other applications, we can mitigate and provide some kind of solution. But the typical is to make sure that this is opaque, and we can make it opaque all the way around. And if that will be a solution, we'll be able to provide.
Thank you. I do have one comment, though. You did say earlier that the only access is to service air conditioning unit, but obviously that's not quite the case. Having said that, thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions. Ms. Plaisir has a question.
Yeah, just so the folks that are here in person mentioned that there appears to be some sort of encroachment on the rooftop. Can you speak to that? What is it that they may have observed that is possibly encroaching?
I'm not sure about it. Again, we did the 3D measurement with a laser camera, and we followed the designs in Revit, and they are very accurate. Again, if there is any possibility of some encroachment, what we can actually then after the permit takes place, the city building inspector can request an as-built survey, and an as-built survey by an Ontario land surveyor would actually dictate if it's actually encroaching. If it's encroaching, of course they have to move it. There is no other way around it. But again, we are not Ontario land surveyors, so we are just engineers and architects, and we design again within the property limits.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Lombardi has a question, or Mr. Clay?
No, I was just going to say, even if it just strikes me that is a structure up there, and even if it's not encroaching, it looks like it's very close to the lot line. You'd need a setback, I would imagine, at a minimum, right?
Mm.
Mr. Chair, you're talking about the main floor?
It's a party fence.
Unless it was a mutual thing, right? But
The first variance has to do with the main floor deck, to the north side of it.
The opposite.
lot line, so it needs a variance. So presumably you need a variance setback for a rooftop structure.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Lombardi?
Yeah, just to follow up on what you've heard today, you're saying, you know, if we give approval and you go through the building permit process, and at that point, you'll get a land surveyor, was the applicant not aware of the concerns expressed by the abutting neighbor prior to this application being brought forward?
I believe he was.
So
There was
why
some-
at that point would you not, or I guess you can't answer the question, that's why we always ask that the applicant be, or the owner be in attendance or be available to answer questions. Why would the owner not have that, at that point, to address that concern, which I think is a serious concern, have retained a land surveyor to confirm whether this is encroaching or not?
To my knowledge, I believe that the concern was the privacy and not the encroachment. Again, if the encroachment, it's still a valid situation, which I predict that it's a valid concern. Again, can be confirmed after we get permit and we get a land surveyor there. This was, to my knowledge, was not the concern. I believe the concern was more the privacy. But the privacy, again, probably in the past, yes, these chairs were there. We've been on this project for already a few months, and we never seen the chairs there other than the mechanical equipment. So to
last
our
question,
knowledge,
yeah, last question.
that's the situation.
Last question for me. How was this presented to the building department? Was it the deck on, well, I'll call it a deck, but the enclosure for the HVAC, was it put forward as HVAC or was it put forward as a deck? Because if it was put forward as simply HVAC and it's a deck, that complicates matters. Not
There was no specific mention about what this was. There is no specific mention. It's just the guardrails, guards on the roof. It's just guards on the roof.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna follow this up because this is getting under my skin a little bit. So, Mr. Lopes, you indicated at the outset of your discussion that there was HVAC or some sort of mechanical up there. We're getting contrary evidence from the next door neighbor. So definitively, is there mechanical up there or not?
There are compressors, but again, the owner, if required, and again, with all this conversation, I'm actually having a couple messages with the owner because he's listening to this. Is willing to even remove whatever it's up there and just relocate and take everything because again, this is causing a little bit of stress apparently, which again, we are going out of the variances, but we do understand that there is a concern and again, zoning wise, this is still legal, but I don't know what else to tell you.
I'm not sure that zoning wise it is legal. I think it wasn't reviewed by the examiner because when I look at the proposed drawings that you've put to us, it shows that rear third floor platform as a proposed platform, but it doesn't show any roof plan, so it wouldn't be apparent from that. And then in the elevations, those are listed as existing guards. So I think that it's possible that the zoning examiner simply didn't look at anything on the roof because they took it at face value that it was existing. And it's also not mentioned in the order to comply. Why not mentioned there, I don't know. But I guess the question out of all of this is, you're confident though that this is permitted zoning wise?
I'm confident to the point that, again, we actually on drawing 020404, we put a existing access to the rooftop. So this is a rooftop. So you might have a slight different interpretation, but again, this is a rooftop, and like you have on front verandas or some other designs that there are sometimes accessible or not accessible fenced guarded areas. That's exactly the intent of this one. And again, this is for maintenance purpose. Again, if there was something different in the past, and again, you have chairs, of course you don't have a party out there, but we've seen two chairs. I've seen it on the pictures. I don't know when they were taken and what year these were there, so I have no clue. What I can tell is the day that MXO went on site, this is access to maintenance to the roof.
Okay, any other questions, or are we done with that? Do we take, not at the moment, I'm afraid. We'll take it into committee and let's see where we go from here. Thank you. Start us off, Mr. Ghosh.
I mean, it strains credibility. Anyone looking at the situation knows that this is a rooftop amenity that they've built for themselves. Anyone looking at this, and given that the rest of it was done without permit, would probably infer that this was also done without permit. It looks from the photos, without being a surveyor, that there might be an encroachment, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case, but I won't say definitively. My comment, so the rules don't permit us to go back to the people that have already had their chance to have their say. But what I would sort of say to you as a comment or piece of advice is, I think the city inspector missed this rooftop issue when they issued their order to comply, because it only has to do with the hot tub level and the rear, and that's why those are the only issues that are before us now. And you may want to contact the city's building department again through 311 to ask them to consider whether this rooftop enclosure it was constructed in accordance with the building permit or complies with the building code. But that comment aside, I mean, I was inclined to think if we set aside all of the issues and we look at the variances, I'm inclined to think that the rear first floor platform variance is probably minor, but I have trouble believing that anything to do with this third floor platform is minor. No matter how it's explained to me, it just doesn't seem to, there just seem to be too many impacts associated with it.
Sorry, Phil, just to be clear, so you're talking the third floor, you're talking about the thing on the top?
No, I'm talking
Or you're talking about the
the
one with the enclosing?
Yeah, the one that we're actually here to talk about,
Okay.
the hot tub. Yeah, so basically variance one, I think, you know, in all truth, when you look at the photos, and it's just a rear deck that many houses have off the back of their property. Variance one, I think, is minor. So, you know, setting aside all the other issues with this, I would find variance one for that ground floor rear deck approvable, but I just find nothing to do with the platform approvable. There are just too many knock-on impacts.
Yeah, I just find that, you know, whenever we have, as Mr. Lombardi's pointed out, when we have these situations of requests for legalizing stuff that hasn't, this one, compared to some of the other ones we've come across where it was minor issue, you know, didn't realize you needed a building permit for something or the other. This one seems to be a very blatant, deliberate process of construction without checking to see if building permits were required or permission was required. So I find it very difficult to support this application.
Well, I would just add to that, just on the platform, it has a hot tub, which involves major electrical work. It also involves major plumbing work.
Yes.
This isn't just, you know, enclosing a porch or something like that.
Not to mention structural work.
Yeah,
support,
so, and the
right?
weight of water. So this is, you know, any reasonable person would expect that doing that kind of work, you know, you have to get some permissions. And in this instance, those permissions clearly weren't sought nor given. So I agree with you, Phil. I mean, maybe they have to move a wall or something if they were to get it, remove a variance, but, you know, add to that the uncertainty about what actually is up there on the top of the roof is concerning. And I still don't have a clear answer about what's up there.
Anybody want to take a stab at,
Well, maybe Phil could try.
Sure. So I will, for the reasons I stated, I think the rear ground floor deck is a minor variance in keeping with the neighborhood. So I will reluctantly move to approve variance 1, but I don't believe that variance 2 is minor. I think it has a significant impact on the neighboring properties to have a platform on that level of the rooftop, given the impacts on the neighbors, and so I move to refuse variance 2. So approve variance 1, refuse variance 2.
thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Ms. Blazier, seconds. All those in favor of the motion to approve variance 1 and refuse variance 2?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. I think the agent put out as an idea to remove that area on that rooftop on the 4th. And I'm not sure if the committee members want to consider that as a condition.
We can do that?
To remove that completely. If that's, I mean, it's something that the agent put forward that the landowner was willing to do, is to remove that.
So as a condition on
As
our
a
board
condition.
approval?
If the secretary treasurer believes that's a tenable condition, then yeah, I would add that as a condition, that the 3rd floor,
it would be the 4th.
4th floor.
Sorry, the 4th floor rooftop guards and any other structure built above the roof be removed.
Not to be a stick in the mud, can we impose a condition that doesn't relate to a variance before us?
Sure,
In the
yes,
planning
you
act?
can. Through you, Mr. Chair, you can impose a condition. The evidence that's been provided to you today shows that that area is being used as like habitable space. And that space is there, regardless of the owners today or tomorrow, that space is there for people to use. And the agent has put forward that they would remove that area.
I didn't hear that. Good.
Yeah.
So
no,
it might be something
said
that
that.
I think
the
it's a great
members
idea.
want to consider.
If we can do that.
Let me be further devil's advocate. The courts have determined that if one variance fails, all the variances fail. If one variance fails any of the tests, then the entire application fails. Do you want to consider that, or are we okay with? Yeah.
I think, if anything, approving the 1 variance with this condition might actually achieve the best outcome if they want to maintain their rear deck. And if they disagree, they can go to LPAT.
It's not uncommon for us to approve some and not
Sorry.
all of them, right?
Of course, T-Lab, sorry.
So
Okay,
that's a good idea.
So yes, so that I will move to approve variance 1, subject to the condition that the 4th floor encroachment, including any platform and guards installed above the roof, be removed, and the condition be returned to an ordinary roof. And to refuse variance 2.
Got all of that? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. And Ms. Blazier, you're seconding exactly that. Thank you very much. All those in favor of the motion put forward by Mr. Ghosh? Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you.
So did you folks, you understood what happened here today? So,
Can you
Sure, so they asked for 2 variances, one for the main floor, the ground floor deck, which we've approved. They actually asked for a variance to allow for that 3rd floor deck that is enclosed for their hot tub. We refused that. There's also a condition that the committee imposed that the applicant offered up to remove that 4th floor, 4-story platform and rails. So that will be gone. Okay, so do you understand that?
So the hot tub is going to be gone?
No, well, it may or may not be. The variance that they asked for has been refused, so they may have to reconfigure that a little bit.
Because that's what Dr. David was saying with the flooding. The flooding is
Yeah.
coming from here.
So the building department will also review that. So they would have to meet any requirements under the building code to ensure that it's constructed properly.
Because he has mold and house.
Okay? So just as long as you understand, that's what the committee has decided today.
First, the applicant has 20 days to appeal our decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Board, if they choose. They have that option.
And if there's an appeal, will they get a notice?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay?
thank you so
So
much.
how can we pursue with the documents?
That's a legal matter. You're gonna have to deal with that separately. Okay?
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Okay, moving right along to item number 33, which is 23 Fairside Avenue. Purpose of the application to alter the existing 1-story detached dwelling by constructing a partial side south ground floor mudroom addition. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, and we had correspondence in opposition from 20 Fairside Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and 2 registered speakers online.
Thank you. Mr. Perez, are you there? Good evening,
Any
Mr.
members?
Perez.
I'm at 537 Rogers Road. As you can see, we're before you just for the variance of a coverage. It's an existing situation, and we're just going a little bit extra beyond it. But it was already over the allowable percentage, and it's just a small addition tucked in the back of the garage, which has no impact on anybody, none of the neighbors. It won't create any shadow or anything beyond that. So I feel what's before you is very minor in nature and meets the forecast.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. We don't have anybody in opposition to this. Let me just see if my colleagues have
Through
any
you,
questions
Mr. Chair,
for
we
you.
do.
Oh, we
We do
do.
have
I
2
beg your
speakers.
pardon. We do have one person in opposition. So hang in there. Don't run away.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have a speaker in opposition from 23 Fairside Avenue. Or sorry, 19 Fairside Avenue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and I apologize for not realizing. So, oh, good evening.
It's time to put the furnace back on.
It'll be good night by the time we're out of here.
Thank you. My name is Joanne Chichok. I live at 19 Fairside. And thank you. I do apologize for not having been put on a speaker's list. Earlier on, I was out of town and became aware of this. It's been a long time. I've been doing some respite care for a sick family member. So I was able to get in today to speak and hopefully have you hear my concerns. So with regard to this application appears to be a little one-sided in its approach and size to the location on the lot, with little or no regard to the encroachment it will cause to the adjacent property, 21 Fairside. And while it doesn't directly impact my property, the precedent that would be set is worrisome to me. The requested extension appears significantly larger than has normally been considered as minor in the neighborhood, in that it is now, the coverage on the properties is now at 41% with this addition. This is not to add a secondary suite. This is not to add anything that has come through legislation of late. It is to add a mudroom. There was and has been no dialogue, and this is the most important point, I guess, that I am objecting to, with neighbors prior to the notices coming out from the city. It's hard to understand these drawings that have been sent out to us, or the ones online, but most importantly, there was absolutely no opportunity to have discussion on this property on why such a large addition for a mudroom at the site did not consider the rear yard or the garage conversion or any other types of mediation that could have resolved in seeing that this need could have been done without encroachment or the type of encroachment there is on the property beside it. The property, or pardon me, the addition, being as it is, will block 2 basement windows at 21 Fairside, and this application, if approved, will likely limit the use of the adjacent property by compromising egress from the basement windows as an emergency exit should an emergency window be put in. And the owner, who is now looking at supplementing income by putting in a secondary suite, may not be able to get a building permit for that use, even though it's her right under the existing legislation. And then again, I worry about the precedent that it will set in our neighborhood. Now I've lost where I was. Okay, so the addition is extremely close to the property line of 21 Fairside, and any excavation for footings may in fact exert pressure on the abutting foundation. My understanding is that there is a mutual right-of-way along the side of the existing compromised axis between the houses, which usually is as a result of a garage placement. The addition of the new piece for the mudroom is suggested that it will reach to 11 feet in height. This would make it impossible to lean a ladder again in that area to do mechanical or roofing or window repairs along the side of the property. In fact, I just had that done on Monday by sheer coincidence, and the gentleman that came to repair the eaves trough said, there's no way that I can work from the ground. I'll have to go from the roof, which will make it more expensive and time consuming. But with an 11-foot piece that towers 3 to 5 feet above what the existing wall of the garage is, and will make it more difficult along the side of the property for the abutting landowner. It's unclear, in my opinion, and what does that matter, but unclear on how this application, when reading the 4 tests that produce acceptability for a minor variance, the applicant must show that changes must be minor in both size and impact, and that doesn't seem to be the case, although I would have appreciated having discussion so that we could have determined if there was mediation that could have happened. Privacy and shadow. The 2 basement windows to the abutting property will now lose sunlight. The change must be desirable for the appropriate development of the site itself and the neighboring lands, and the change must fit within the community. There have been a few houses who have been rebuilt on the street, and those houses have in fact been sensitive and have respectful they've been limited as to using the original footprint of the house.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you're running out of time.
Okay, so
wrap up,
the
please.
issue now is that this one is now exceeding the footprint of the house, and for those reasons I respectfully object to the variances requested by the occupants of 23 Fairside in its current form. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? None? Okay, thank you. All right, any other speakers or just this lady? Nobody else?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have one speaker from 497 Plains Road. We're going to mute that speaker.
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon. Could we get your name and address, please?
Sure, it's Sylvia Amarato. I live at 497 Plains Road, East York. I'm speaking I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Maria Amarato, who resides at 21 Fairside, who is their neighbor. And
Please go ahead, you
she,
have 5 minutes.
thank you. To start off, she would like me to express some concern or sadness, rather, that the owners of 23 Fairside did not attempt or have any discussions with her with regards to what they were planning to do with this addition. And, you know, given that it's her home that will be mostly affected by the change on this, that she would have expected at least a conversation or a discussion with respect to their plans. But the major concerns are that the request for the extension doesn't appear to be minor. It's going to be 41%, which is larger than normal, and the extension itself is 10 by 9.4 by 11.6. So when you look at the diagram that was received with the letter, it wasn't very clear, but when you went into online to actually look at the plans, that's where you learned that the extension appears bigger because they will be setting some steps or stairs that will go to the basement. So it's a bigger undertaking than just an extension. Not sure what else is going to be requested beyond this particular request. So what's really involved, or the question becomes, what's the real scope and the depth of this project? Because they could easily then, if they're using the garage to actually build the extension, there is an opportunity to use the garage as the mudroom. That's just a thought. But the most concerning is the fact that the houses are really only 2 or 3 feet apart. And these homes were built in the 1940s, and the foundation itself hasn't been disturbed for so many years. But being so close, if they are going to excavate and actually, you know, work on digging, the foundation could collapse for my mother's house, and so there's a concern there. So there's no talk about engineered shoring. So given the homes are so close, that is a concern for my mother. So this would be something that she would require, and she's concerned about the foundation and the drainage issues that once the extension is built, how will it affect her home? And that'll be she is also concerned that the utilities that she has on that side of the house is like the water meter and the gas stove. That's a concern, wondering what else could be causing a problem there. If her water meter and gas stove are on that side, she's concerned of the digging and what it could do with respect to that, and would she be asked to at least close the gas line or whatever that might be. So she's concerned about that. She's 89 years old. She's really, these things worry her. In closing, you know, she has no objections to them building at the rear of the house or converting the existing garage, but where they want to build this extension, the concern is the foundation and the drainage so close to her property. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. We'll get Mr. Perez to respond to your concerns and the concerns expressed by the other person as well. Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody else, or can we go back to Mr. Perez?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have no more speakers, and we can go back to the agent.
Thank you. Mr. Perez?
Yeah, hi, and I listened to the neighbors. Okay, so we're adding the one-story addition. We don't have any side yard setback. We're going in line with the existing. As per the construction, as per building permits, when we go through the process, as you know, we're gonna have the cross sections and all the working drawings, and it's gonna show how we're gonna build the addition, and there won't be any impact on the neighbors. As you can see on the overview of the map, the neighbor's house is a lot longer than ours, and it's closer to the property line, so the impact on them is minimal. The other thing is, the existing variance right now for the existing house itself is actually already over. We're at 125.26 meters square. This little addition that we're adding is just 8.66 meters square. Very minimal. It's very little impact. Not even a high structure, very low. We even did it as a flat roof, so it's even lower. And it's in good taste, and I feel that this is very minor. Like, I can't see how this cannot be minor. It's very minor in nature, and it meets the four tests, in my opinion. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Let me see if my colleagues have any questions. If not, we'll take it into committee. And I do agree with you that it's a minor request, and impact should be minimal. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Ghosh.
I do appreciate hearing the concerns from the neighbors. I think it's always good in any process for everyone to be able to have a chance to discuss what their concerns are and for those to be known to the proponents and those that are moving forward. That being said, what we have before us is one small variance for lot coverage. All of the impacts that were referred to would be the types of impacts that one would expect for a side yard setback variance, which is not being sought. But even if it were in a case like this, it's following the existing line of the garage. And I just, in terms of all of the applications we've seen today, this may be the most minor. It just truly is minor. To add a mudroom behind a garage on a lot like this and change the lot coverage and trigger no soft landscaping variance, no side yard setback variance, just literally the lot coverage. So for those reasons, I believe it meets the four tests. I do thank the neighbors for their input though, and I would move to approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Seconds. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Perez, you have your approval. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Moving on to item 34. Item number 34, the purpose of the is 59 Eastbourne Avenue. Purpose of the application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a front covered porch with stairs, a ground floor bay window, a rear two-story addition including a basement addition with 2 decks and stairs. Also, there will be one side north yard parking space. The existing rear one-story addition, rear deck, and rear one-story ancillary building, a garage, will be demolished. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report, and we also have a staff report from Urban Forestry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Lorero, are you there?
Yes, good evening.
Hi, good evening. I wonder if we could just get your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is John Lorero of LR Architecture, Inc., and my address is 25 Wingold Avenue, North York, Ontario.
Thank you very much. There's nobody in opposition, and I'll check and see if my colleagues would like a presentation or have any questions for you. However, from what I can see, your request is extremely small. It is a minor request purely for a building length of 0.9 meters. So let me just check with my colleagues. Any requests? No. We'll take it into committee and look for a decision for you. All right. Who'd like to? Oh, thank you, Ms. Brazier.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I would note that it's a pretty extensive project, and yet there's only actually one variance that's quite small in its variation. So I think that this looks like a very appropriate and desirable proposal to me, I would move to approve, subject to urban forestry 2.
Thank you very much. We have a seconder up. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. All those in favor? Thank you, Mr. Lorero. You have your approval unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item number 35. Item number 35 is 60 Olive Avenue. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear one-story addition with stairs. The existing rear ground floor deck will be demolished. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 6 photographs of the subject property, and a covering letter from the owners. We also have a tree protection plan, and we have 7 form letters in support, signed by owners and occupants of 52, 62, 71, and 73 Olive Avenue and 19 Palmerston Gardens, also from 58 and 78 Olive Avenue. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Ms. Taffler, are you there? Good evening, Ms. Taffler, are you there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps we can unmute the owner.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Jane, you've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, and I have Kathy Taffler, my agent, right here with me. Hi,
Wonderful.
there's something wrong with my speaker on my computer.
No problem. Technical issues are essential to life. So,
Yes.
If you don't mind, name and address, please, for the record.
It's Kathy Taffler, 842 Manning Avenue.
Thank you. This is what looks like a fairly straightforward application with 2 variances before us. Let me just check with my colleagues to see if anybody would like a presentation or have questions for you. Seeing none, we'll take it into committee, Ms. Taffler, and look for a decision. Okay, who'd like to run with this one? Mr. Ghosh?
This is a rear one-story addition, 1.5 meter length variance, again, only for the ground floor. FSI variance, that's small and in keeping with what we see for houses in this area. I don't see any impacts on the neighbors of this addition. Therefore, I find it meets the 4 tests and would move to approve it.
Thank you. And there are no conditions. Mr. Lombardi seconds. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Ms. Taffler, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 36. Item number 36 is 205 Crawford Street.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
I know we're nearing the end of the docket, but
You need a
perhaps
break?
we could have just a
Sure
short-
thing, we can take a break. I could do with one too.
5
Short
minutes?
one?
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure,
okay.
we'll take a 5-minute break. Please turn off your videos, microphones, mute the room. Okay, members, please turn on your videos, microphones. We'll unmute the room.
Okay, and we're back with item number 36, 205 Crawford Street. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story semi-detached dwelling by enclosing the front porch below the existing front second story balcony for habitable space and by constructing a rear ground floor addition and enclosed sunroom. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, detailed elevations from the agent, 3 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, an arborist report and staff report from urban forestry, correspondence in opposition from 203 Crawford, 207 and 197 Crawford Street. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online as well as 1 speaker in opposition.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Good evening. Yes, we can. A name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Facundo Varela, 103 The Queensway, Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. Varela. I'm just trying to see if we have anybody in opposition
Yes,
who
we do.
needs to present.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
yes.
there is 1 opposition speaker
Okay,
online.
thank you very much. So we'll need a quick presentation, please.
Sure. So I'm the architect for this application, presenting on behalf of the owners of 205 Crawford Street. The owners are looking to make 2 modest improvements to their Victorian semi-detached home. These are enclosing the front porch for additional living space and adding a sunroom on the rear ground floor. These changes require 2 minor variances that I would like to briefly address. Variance number 1 is building depth increase. The rear sunroom brings the building depth to 18.95 meters against the permitted 17 meters. This is, however, less than 2 meter extension. And just for context, the attached neighbor at 203 Crawford Ray has a comparable rear addition of similar depth and position, making the variance consistent with the adjacent properties. Sorry. Variance number 2 is for the front yard setback. The front porch is already sitting at 1.32 meters from the lot line. That's an existing condition. We are simply enclosing the porch with no change to the building position. Porch enclosures like these are common in the neighborhood. 202 Crawford, directly across the street, is a clear example. We are aware that some neighbors have raised concern about the aesthetic of the porch enclosure, and as soon as we heard about it, the owner reached out to them directly to confirm that our intent is to design an enclosed porch that matches the Victorian style of the house. To conclude, our opinion is that both variances are minor, directly tied to practical improvements the family needs, while keeping the intent of the zoning bylaw and the character of the neighborhood. We respectfully ask the committee to support the application, and I'm happy to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if, Mr. Lombardi has a question for you.
Just very quickly, through you, Mr. Chair, to the applicant, are you aware of the comments from Urban Forestry?
Yes, I think they refer to the office pod in the back of the property. That can be shown in the site plan. Let me see if that's over there, right?
It's not
yes.
It's not conditioned, but there are comments.
Yeah, I know, and we understand, right? The office pod is right against the tree, so we explain on the report that it's going to be through helical piles that we deal with the footings of that one to not damage that tree.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now go to the folks in opposition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we actually have 2 speakers in opposition.
Okay.
One is here in person and one is online.
Thank you.
Could the person from 207 Crawford Street please come to the podium?
Thank you. Hi, good evening. Name and address, please, for the record.
Okay. My
My name is Brian Hill. I live at 207 Crawford Street.
Thank you.
Toronto. Yeah.
You have 5 minutes to make your case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. When I put my objection in, it's, I'll read from what I wrote actually. The drawings as presented to the Committee of Adjustment appear to be more preliminary mass studies without any details lacking dimensions for relevant heights, specifically the sunroom in the back as it slopes up. And the footprint for the office in the proposed for the backyard bordering the park. That wasn't mentioned when you guys brought this forward, but it was on their application. So my objections and concerns are as follows. A was the existing front porch, which is elevation MV17 and MV18. The drawings show solid glass panes on the front and the sides with glass doors. The glass door, the design doesn't, in my opinion anyway, reflect the vernacular of the neighborhood or the street. Most of the homes on the street were built between 1980 and 1910, or 1880 rather, 1910, with either double hung windows or paned windows and not just sheets of glass and stuff. And all the porches are open with the exception of one on the block, which I think was done at the time or shortly after. Also with regards to the front porch, it's a semi-detached house and it adjoins 203. And so I'm thinking with the front elevation of both places, they should, you know, stay somewhat in tune with each other, which the original drawing doesn't show that. A glass wall has been proposed, or a solid wall has been proposed between 205 and 203 on the existing porch. And currently it's about 3/4 height, the wall. And as I guess just to reiterate, I think revisions to the proposed fenestration is necessary for the front elevation to become more sympathetic to the street and to the neighboring, well, the other half of the unit. In the sunroom addition, the height of the structure shows to be at the short end, the low end of the glass enclosed area, to be 11'2" at the lowest point. There isn't any drawings or anything on the drawing or anything to scale it from, but it would go up to approximately 12'6", where the glass roof would meet the house. The height of the fence on either side of the property is 6'6". The south side shows a solid wall, the north side shows an all-glass wall. I have a concern the amount of light that would be coming through the glass ceiling in the north wall that would affect the neighboring properties. I offered a solution, offer a solution to reduce the height of the structure more to a scale appropriate to location in the neighboring structures. And also for the north wall, which would be my side, I think it would be probably better if it was a solid wall, so you wouldn't be getting the light coming through. And the overall depth could be reduced, but that's not a big deal for me so much. There was also the issue of the gate to their backyard. Currently, both access gates are to 45 at the end of the walkway between the house. In the drawing, it doesn't show anything, but it does show a new door being put into the glass structure at the west end of that structure, right where it meets the brick of the other house, of their house. And the last is adding a small outdoor office pod in the backyard. And the drawings provided for review don't show any elevations or any dimensions. It just says the actual footprint, which they show just as a square for, I think it was 3 meters or 3.5 meters square, something like that. The height's noted at 3 meters, which is 9'10", and the fence on all sides is 6'6", and the location of the pod would be at the rear corner of the back garden, which borders Trinity Bellwoods Park, so I'm concerned about the height of it. And there's also no drawings, no elevations. We don't know anything of what it's gonna look like or what it would be built. And my opinion or my conclusion is that the drawings that are presented are incomplete, that they lack important dimensions and any of the details or any details that show what will actually be built, what materials or finishes will be used. And I feel that more refinement in the design is needed so that any new work proposed for 205 would be sympathetic to the neighborhood. And those are the reasons why I currently object to the proposal for the renovation work as it's presented at the moment.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you at this point. Any questions? None? Thank you very much. And we have one other person.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will now unmute the speaker from 203 Crawford Street.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, good evening. Name and
Good
address,
evening.
please.
My name is Shauna McMahon, and I'm at 203 Crawford Street, so I'm in the other half of 205.
The shared semi, I take it.
The shared Victorian semi, yes.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes to make your case.
Thank
please.
you. Thank you, thank you. So if you know, I don't know if you know Crawford Street, but it is it's a tree-lined, beautiful street in downtown Toronto, full of Victorians, as Brian mentioned, that have been built from the 1880s through to the 1920s. Our concern is that the proposal for 205 is incompatible with the architectural character of the original Victorian semi-detached pair. I have a photo. I have some photos that were in my letter. If you got it, thank you. So this is there we go. Perfect. If you could just pull that up just to give you sort of a visual of it. This was the only one I could find sort of that was, it's a little too in bloom for you to see the whole two sides, but essentially the two homes were designed as one architectural composition. So their symmetry and shared features are very much defining points of both the property and contribute to the character of Crawford Street. Enclosing one porch while leaving the other open permanently disrupts their relationship. The impact is not minor. When the enclosed front porch is considered together with the rear addition and detached office pod, the overall proposal cannot reasonably be viewed as a minor variance. The proposal does not respect the established character of the neighborhood. So if you can flip through to some of the other photos, I've just gone down the street to take pictures of all of the other Victorians that line these streets on Crawford between Dundas and Queen. The gentleman, the agent that spoke about the enclosed porch across the street, that is a detached house, and it does have a porch in the front. I don't have a picture of it, but I just wanted to correct that small error because none of the houses on the block that are semis have any sort of obstruction of an enclosed porch. The enclosed porch introduces a form and massing that is out of keeping with the existing streetscape and diminish the architectural integrity of this semi-detached home. This decision also extends beyond one property. If approved, it could set a precedent for similar alterations to some of the historic semi-detached homes, gradually eroding the character that makes this neighborhood so distinctive. We respectfully ask the committee to refuse the requested variances. At a minimum, we ask that the front porch be redesigned in a way that is compatible with the Victorian character of the home and preserves the visual relationship between the two semi-detached facades. In closing, hold on, I've got one more minute. In closing, just asking that any changes that are made respect the fact that these two homes were intentionally designed as one architectural pair. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. But hold on a second. Let me see if my
Yes.
colleagues have a question for you. Seeing none. Oh, hold on a second. Ms.
Just
Brazier has a
one
question.
quick question. So
Yes.
your concerns are primarily related to the front of the house then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the streetscape.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very
Welcome.
much for your input. We'll let the agent respond to both sets of concerns.
Perfect. Hello.
Mr. Varela, are you there?
I'm here. I'm
There
here.
you go. You've heard the concerns. I wonder if you might
Yes.
respond.
Yes, correct. And as I said, the owner reached out to both neighbors, and they share a drawing with them that it was included on the file last week. I'm pretty sure it's under late. It's this one. So they are to ensure that the design considered the request, that the front enclosure was redesigned to make it as Victorian as possible. And again, I think, as I said, the owner talked with them directly. Their intention is to make this enclosure match their existing house. There's no plan to make this stand out as a statement of modern design. So going back to that point, here is the new design. You can scroll the images on the presentation if possible, the sheets, just to visualize a bit more. Then the other concern about Brian for the north wall of the rear addition, that one has been reduced, maybe 2 or 3 sheets before this one, sorry. Next one, this one, please. So this is the north wall. So you can see that we reduced considerably the space of glazing towards his property. Regarding the height, these drawings have circulated for the ZALC application where the notice was created and also the minor variance. Just in case, though, we send these drawings with more dimensions ahead of, it's the drawings the owners facilitate to the parts as well. Another comment regarding that door, so the fence door remains where it is. We are not affecting that. That can be seen in the site plan as well. And finally, I think I'm covering all of them, regarding the office spot. So the office spot is as of right. There's no contravention to what the zoning allows for it. It has the dimensions set in the site plan and also the height. And regarding an image of it, I'm going to ask if the arborist report can be open. And if you move, scroll the pages, there's a sketch, a hand sketch, because as I said, it's something that is still a few more, please. This one, that one. That is the office spot that we are thinking about. So it's very sensible as well of the surroundings of where it's placed. And as I mentioned, it's an as of right construction that it didn't trigger any variance. So I want to assure from part of the owners as well that their intention is not to stand out with a modern design here. They just want to match as much as possible the Victorian design considering today's construction technologies, of course, that can make a construction from the 1880s practicable in every aspect. But what the front porch show is that intention of not standing out with our modern design. Just another thing as well, I did my research as well, and I noticed this street has no heritage designation of any kind. And there's in the street several different houses where new additions were taken with a more contemporary approach. And as an architect, I can say that we have to, of course, respect the past, but we have to build with today's technology and give the users of these new spaces, like the comforts of the comforts and also the climate requirements that now modern building have. So it's a honest, heartfelt statement from my end and the owners that we don't want to make this a problem or any kind of eyesore for the street. I think that covers everything, and I will appreciate the consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Varela. Let me just see if my colleagues, Mr. Lombardi has a question for you.
Yeah, very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You touched on a point I was going to raise, and that is that even though these houses are vintage, some of them are vintage, and they were built in a certain period of time. They're not designated heritage, they're not within a heritage designation or heritage area, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. And planners, and I think architects like to use the term eclectic. Would you agree that this is an eclectic street?
It is, yeah. I did the exercise myself as well.
Okay.
Of looking the properties north and south of this one.
Right. And lastly, you state in your letter that these are common, the habitable space, the enclosed porch are common throughout the neighborhood. Examples where that would be?
That would be 202 Crawford. It's right in front. And actually, it was part of one of the comments from the neighbor to the owner at the beginning when they made a point.
Yeah.
They used this property as an example. I know that it's not an attached house like this particular case, but the main idea was to respect the style of the house in the first place.
Yeah, so they're not common, but they do exist.
They do exist,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lombardi. Any other questions? Okay. Mr. Varela, we'll take it into committee. So thank you very much. All right. Just my point, same thing that had occurred to me, because when I read the opposition correspondence, the notion of Victorian homes that need to be preserved came up, and my question to myself was, are any of these heritage? And I was waiting to see there's something in the supplementary, but heritage has not weighed in at all, so they're not. And even the adjoining house from the front, there is a distinction. There's a balcony, and the photograph that was shown to us, the second floor balcony in the front, if you look at them, they're very different, and a number of homes have similar issues with the balconies. They're not exactly the same. So this idea of symmetry, I think, is not quite what it's made out to be. In any event, I think before us we have two variances, and those are the ones that I'd like to weigh in on, and from my perspective, I think both of them are quite acceptable variances. So anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. Mr. Lombardi?
Yes, thank you. I agree, and I've made a statement in a previous TLAB decision, and I'll say it now. Heritage is planning, but planning is not heritage. Heritage is important, but as part of this planning application, we have 2 variances that are before us. We heard about prevailing streetscape. Streetscape in the official plan really talks about frontages, alignment, patterns of lot frontage, lot depth, et cetera, that doesn't come into play here. So I'm prepared to, I think the 2 variances can be considered minor in nature. I don't think they result in any impacts of a planning nature, undue or adverse. So I'm prepared to move a motion. And before I do that, just to continue, the front portion setbacks in the existing situation, I'll note that. And the variance for that is simply encloses for additional habitable space. I'm prepared to move a motion approving the application and granting the 2 variances. There are no conditions of approval.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardi. Any other comments before we
No,
look
I'll
for a
second
seconder?
that.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Varela, you have a unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 37 is number 21 Nanton Avenue. Purpose of the application to alter the existing 3-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a new front porch with stairs and a canopy, a partial rear 1-story addition, a rear ground floor deck and patio, and 1 residential dwelling unit within the basement level. The existing rear 2-story addition and rear ground floor deck will be demolished. There will be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 unit within the basement level, and 1 unit occupying the first, second, and third levels. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of trees on the subject property, email correspondence between the agent and staff from Heritage. We also have a staff report from Heritage Planning, and correspondence in concern interest from 17 Nanton Avenue, and that's it. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, and we did have 2 registered speakers from 16 Hawthorne Avenue, but through multiple attempts, we could not locate them.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Bonatti.
Good evening, Chairman and committee.
Hi, good
My
evening. Could you just give us your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Marco Bonatti. I'm at 92370 Cambridge Avenue.
Thank you. We did have folks in opposition, but we seem not to be able to get a hold of them. But let me just see if my colleagues have any questions for you.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chairman. I would like to ask for a deferral.
of
the application.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that changes everything.
Yes, yes. So the reason being is related to the letter of concern from 17 Nanton. This is not necessarily an issue that will come up at Committee of Adjustment, but the rear basement unit needs a 900 millimeter wide passageway. And unfortunately, our side yard setback is just like 4 or 5 inches less than that. We tried to negotiate with the neighbor, and we were not successful. And therefore, we will have to amend our application with, instead of having 2 units, we will have 1 unit from roof to basement, which will also trigger a floor space index variance. So since getting an agreement from the neighbor was not possible, we will amend our plans accordingly.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the explanation. Let me see if my colleagues have any questions at this point. If not, we'll go into committee and respond to your request. Mr. Clay?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable request, and it sounds like it's in response. We all read the letter and recognize that there may be a pinch point here somewhere, so it's good that they are pulling back and reconsidering. So it's a reasonable request, so I'll move deferral of this application.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. And do we have a seconder? Thank you, Ms. Bazir. All those in favor of a deferral? You have your deferral, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we cannot locate the agent for item 38.
Patiently waiting.
They were resting.
They get the award tonight, right?
For the longest wait? Yeah.
We're not item 42. He's been here since 2, so.
Think of the learning experience you just went through.
Okay, so we're at item number 38.
Hourly billing is what the lawyer in me says.
Yeah, that's true.
I wish I had the words.
Okay, item number 38 is 121 King Street West, and the purpose of the application is to alter the existing 26-story non-residential building office use by constructing a 1-story ground floor addition patio enclosure for an eating establishment along the east side of the building. The committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, decision number affecting the subject property, and presentation materials from the agent. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and 1 registered speaker online.
Oh, okay. All right.
In opposition? In support?
They're in support for sure.
And we know who it is. Yes,
Paul?
we've been,
Is
we
it
can,
Paul? Okay. Can we just unmute Paul and just have him confirm that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're unmuting the speaker from 66 Wellington Street, Unit 4100.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Paul Cronus. I'm a planner at Weir Folds at the address just noted by our staff member. We registered as concerned, but did not take a position. I'm happy to note for the reasons that will be explained to you by the applicant in a moment that we've taken the time to have extensive discussions, and we appreciate the efforts put in by the applicant and their agent to satisfy some concerns we have, and they'll recommend a couple conditions that we support. So we're in support, subject to those two conditions being implemented by decision. And Mr. Sajecki can elaborate on that if necessary.
Thank you very much. But the conditions that you have reached with the agent are not enforceable by this committee, presumably, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll just address.
Depends on what they are.
Well, I believe they are, Mr. Chairman, but
Depends on
I
what
can
they are.
speak to that if you have a concern.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for that. And we'll now go to the agent and for your name and address, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is David Sajecki. I'm from Sajecki Planning, and my address is 227 Pape Avenue, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you very much. Might as well do a presentation while you're at it.
Sure, I'll try to keep it quite short.
Sure thing.
Do you mind, would it be possible to pull up the presentation? Yeah. Oh, great, thank you. So I think we can just switch forward to, move forward to the next slide, please. So the site it's a corner lot. It's located at the southeast corner of King Street West and York Street, immediately west of the TD Center. It's currently, as mentioned, occupied by a 26-story office building with a below-grade commercial food court and parking. It is designated mixed-use areas on map 18 of the City of Toronto official plan. It's located within the downtown plan and identified as being within the financial district, as well as further designated mixed-use areas 1, growth on map 41-3A, and it's located within 3 protected major transit station areas. If you go forward to the next slide, please. I think we can move past this slide. The next one, please. This is an image of the proposed 1-story patio. The key difference, I'm happy to read out the conditions later on. I'm happy to run through the 4 tests. The key difference in terms of our discussions with Weirfolds, who are representing Cadillac Fairview, was a concern with a pinch point where the patio extends outward. We had initially been asking for a minimum setback in that location of 2.03 meters. Through discussions, we did not want to cause a pinch point for pedestrian traffic from King Street to the TD Plaza. So we've agreed to, through discussions, that we would extend that setback to 3.5 meters. That's the primary change. There was also a change, and I recognize the discussion around the conditions. There's also further details that were requested with regards to the ventilation of the kitchen. The kitchen's interior to the building, but we've agreed, understanding it's a condition, to ensure that the ventilation is at a minimum height of 6 meters. And it's equipped with an ecology unit to mitigate the impacts of grease, smoke, and odor. Those are the key discussion and change points. The variances are related to the minimum side yard setback, as well as the FSI. Happy to run through the variances for the FSI, but I will note that this is just a first floor addition for a plaza. So it's a change in FSI of 0.07, and in terms of the GFA, compared to the overall GFA, it's, I think, 0.58% of the GFA. It's a very, I have the number in front of me, but it's a very small number.
If I may just ask a quick question. So
Yes.
I take it the conditions that Mr. Cronus mentioned are not reflected in any changes within the variances before us?
It is. One is requesting a minimum setback of 2.03. That has been changed to minimum setback of 3.5 meters. It's with regards to the side yard setback.
Okay, and, okay, that's variance number 3.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Also add as well, sorry, just Morgan Dundas with Sejeki Planning. We also, so we uploaded a revised public notice.
Okay.
That identifies it, and we uploaded revised plans. One of the conditions is that the plans be approved as per, or sorry, your decision be.
Tied to the plans?
Yeah, tied to the plans.
All plans or just?
Ultimately just the site plan, really. I mean, that's where it shows the 3.5 meters, but.
Yeah, in general accordance with the submitted elevation drawings and site plan.
Excellent,
And
thank you.
we're fine with those conditions, with that condition.
Thank you for that, and sorry for the interruption.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Okay.
You done? Or
I'm done unless you, I mean, I have a full presentation, but.
Mr. Lombardi's got a question for you.
Rhetorical question, I believe. Your letter states that there are only 2 variances when there are absolutely 3, but I understand the first 2.
There are 3 variances.
It was grouping, yeah.
Okay.
My thought as to the conditions that they've worked out is one is just resolved by the amendment to the variance. But the other in terms of how having a grease trap and the mechanical elements of a kitchen, it's a variance that I think we probably shouldn't impose. It would be difficult for to assign that to some department of the city. So maybe, Mr. Chair, we should have back on the other lawyer just to hear his thoughts, since he said he's all good subject to those conditions, but one of them we can't impose. He's just gonna have to take their word for it.
Okay, we can certainly do that. I think that might be appropriate.
Sure.
To go back to Mr. Cronus you're talking about?
Yeah, that's just my thought.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the planner. Mr. Cronus, are you there by any chance?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And thank you very much for elevating my profession from a planner to a lawyer. I just want to correct the record that I'm a land use planner at Weir Falls, but thank you for that recognition.
An elevation or an insult?
Well, I'll let you decide that. So on the first condition, it's straightforward because it is a side yard setback. That's only for a small area, not the entire section. So we wanted a condition to make sure it doesn't extend the full length. That's a simple one. Now, the other one, sir, one thing that is not apparent so far in any of the dialogue, the TD Center, its entirety, is a designated property. So it's very important for us to protect the integrity of the open space and the public spaces that people use throughout the downtown as a form of lunchtime break and other breaks. So the exhaust element, if it exhausts anywhere other than where we're recommending, is a concern. And we spend a lot of time with the applicant trying to address that. I believe the condition that's proposed is entirely appropriate, it's implementable, and it's reasonable in its context. So we can assure that the public elements, the public realm, and the open spaces that are protected by the designation continue to function as they were intended and for what the purposes of their designation by council. So that's why we asked for that condition. And again, we believe that it's implementable and it's enforceable as a condition through the building permit process. They would need to get a building permit for it, and it's a simple exercise to implement, in my opinion. So that's the context of that condition.
I'd more defer to the secretary treasurer on this one. It's how implementable and what department would clear it. It sounds like they believe building department.
Well, I think if we put the condition up, it says exactly that. We haven't shown a condition, but if it's possible to show it, then you can appreciate the wording was crafted with a lot of caution and a lot of back and forth and negotiations. And Ms. Denise Baker, who couldn't be on the call tonight, is a very, very experienced municipal lawyer, and she would not be recommending a condition that is not appropriate for the purposes of what we're doing. So, unfortunately, I can't give you a legal opinion, but I can give you my planning opinion. And I've done a lot of these applications. I used to chair the Committee of Adjustment in Oakville, that this condition is appropriate in this context, particularly because we're trying to protect a very important element of the TD Center, which was recognized by City of Toronto Council as a heritage property. So,
Sure. That the building permit drawings require the exhaust for the restaurant use to be vented along the south elevation at a minimum height of 6 meters above established grade.
correct, and that's a simple exercise for the building department to look at the condition and make sure that happens. You implement conditions on noise, hours of operation, on no speakers outside on outdoor patios. This is not the same, but it's in the same sort of sphere of conditions to mitigate concerns.
So the building department would be responsible for ensuring its compliance?
Correct, because you need a building permit, and it's ultimately going to go to them for approval, and they'll look at your condition and say, where's the exhaust fan? Because you have to produce an exhaust plan. You'll also need MOE approval for venting as well into the atmosphere. So the applicant will have to do this and will have to show compliance with regulations and this condition. It's not onerous, and it's not meant to be punitive.
Well, if it'll cause trouble for anyone, it'll be the applicants, and they seem to be okay with it.
We have no concern.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, I guess the question is, with the revised plans, does the south elevation show this proposed venting system?
It should, because so where we would vent is existing ventilation. So if you zoom in, sorry, I'm not sure if this is. Yeah, that would be. I don't think the elevation shows it. If it brings any comfort.
Because these are architectural rather than mechanical drawings, they probably won't.
Yeah, I mean
we can show. If you pull up the presentation, there's just a photo of the building. If you go, I think the next.
that actually shows it, the rendering. If you.
Does the rendering show it?
Yes.
It's definitely shown where we took the site.
So if you zoom in, just to the top left of the patio, just above.
Yeah, I don't think we can tie.
That's fine.
We
that's
can't
fine.
tie
No,
to
no,
a
no.
rendering.
But I
no.
think we've studied this at length with our mechanical consultant, who's been brought on board. We're fine with the condition if it's added, and if it brings comfort to Weirfolds. I mean, and to Cadillac Fairview, we've explored it. We know that we can vent to the south.
Is it possible to go back just a couple?
So we have no
slides
issues.
as well? I think it's back. Yeah, right there. If you can zoom in on that.
To the middle.
Zoom in the middle one or the.
Yeah, that one. If you zoom in.
I'll just show you where the vents are located.
The black trim there that you see above the windows, that's the ventilation, just above.
Yeah.
Just above that. Yeah, exactly.
Is that,
Anyway, so-
that's a louver there that.
Can we, if we do a verbal condition, is that okay? No, a condition as they've crafted the building department. So that might be the best path forward.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, tying it to
I agree.
something
Yeah.
here
No.
doesn't make sense.
No.
But it's detailed enough to show along the south elevation at a maximum height of
Yeah.
6 meters.
Right.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
minimum, yeah.
I mean, in the end, the building department will have to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as long as there's someone can enforce it, right? That's the main thing.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
in terms of, just, again, housekeeping, in terms of the first condition, my colleague just indicated that it's actually dealt with in the revised variance number 3. Is everyone okay with that? We don't need that condition to be included.
This is the first condition?
Yeah.
I think the reason that the first condition exists, I'll let Paul speak this afternoon, but it's because the majority of the patio is set back 8.1 meters, and so you don't want that portion of the patio to come out.
Okay.
Oh, so just a portion of it.
Yeah, it's just the back
Just
element.
the southern portion of the patio.
That's fine.
Sorry.
think the city of Toronto could afford another microphone.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the first condition is tying to elevation and site plan,
Yes.
okay? And then the second condition would be about the exhaust.
I'll get your drink.
And do you need different wording for the setback? No, we're comfortable with that.
Do we need to, through you, Mr. Chair, do we need to hear from Paul again?
I don't believe so. I think he's quite comfortable as long as we've got everything in place at this end. And if the agent is agreeable with the conditions and the way it's been worded.
We are, yes.
Oh, great, thank you. Well, I think that wraps that one up. Oh, that's right.
Is there opposition?
There's no opposition. Oh, no, no opposition. Okay, I think we're good. We can take it into committee now and look for a.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh.
I'm happy to take this, having engaged a little with the conditions there. I worked for many years in the financial district. TD Center, that courtyard is amazing. All the restaurants in proximity to there that have a patio there do really well, so I'm sure your clients are going to do well by this. I think the variances are minor. They will improve that space. There won't be any negative impact, and that has what impact the neighbor thought there might be is mitigated by the conditions. So for that reason, I would move to approve the variances as amended, subject to the condition that they be tied to be constructed substantially in accordance with the elevations and site plan, and that we include the other condition that the Secretary Treasurer read aloud earlier.
And it'll be the revised plans.
Yeah.
The revised plan.
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. All those in favor of the amended application with the note about conditions? Thank you. You have a unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
We've got 2 left. You guys want to stick around?
Okay, and now we move on to item number 39. Item number 39 is 18 Wychwood Park, and the purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2- and 1/2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition at the southwest portion of the dwelling. Existing rear ground floor concrete patio with stairs will be maintained and unaltered. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 3 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from Mr. Galbraith, the agent, arborist report, a heritage advisory presentation from the agent. We also have correspondence in support from 6C Wychwood Park, 14 Wychwood Park, 6B Wychwood Park, and Wychwood Park Heritage Advisory Committee, and 20 Wychwood Park. We have opposition from 22, a correspondence in opposition from 22 Wychwood Park.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Galbraith, are you there?
Sean, you've been unmuted. Sean, can you hear us? Through you, Mr. Chair,
Hello,
we'll
hello.
attempt to call the agent.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
There he is.
Mr.
Can you hear
Galbraith, are
me?
you there?
Hello, hello.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Is this Mr. Galbraith?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Mr. Galbraith.
Sorry
Sorry.
about that. Mic problems. I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me.
Thank you. Just name and address for the record, please.
Sean Galbraith, 18 King Street East, Suite 1400, Toronto. Planner on here on behalf of the application.
Thank you very much. I don't believe we have anybody in opposition that's going to be speaking at all. None. Okay, great. We've got a single variance in front of us. Let me just check and see if my colleagues have any questions for you or require any a little presentation.
No.
I don't see any, Mr. Galbraith. So we'll take it into committee and render decision.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, I'll take this one. This is a very, very straightforward, very simple, just a little infill in the rear yard, two-story ad, it's relatively small, and it's only the FSI that was before us. It's a very minor application, no impact at all. I will move approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. Seconder, Ms. Brazier, thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you. Mr. Galbraith, you have unanimous approval. Thank you. Oops. Okay, moving on to item number 40. Item number 40 is 10 Chiltern Hill Road. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a new rear ground floor deck with stairs and a rear yard, above ground hot tub and in-ground swimming pool. The existing rear ground floor deck will be demolished. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 7 photographs of the subject property, and a staff report from Urban Forestry. And
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers.
hello, good evening. Could we get a name and address for the record, please?
Peter Ganan, 625 Beloyal Street.
Thank you. We don't have anybody in opposition, but let me just see if any of my colleagues have any questions. If not, I certainly have one. Ms.
Just
Brazier?
one question in regards to the second variance. The deck that's being built, what material is going to be underneath that deck, and will it be constructed with space for water penetration?
Yep.
Yeah.
Our decks will be permeable, and we typically do a gravel surface under the deck for maintenance.
So, sorry for interrupting. It's a wooden deck with permeability below, gravel basically
Yes.
below. Okay, and that'll mitigate the shortage of soft landscape.
Yeah, it helps. It definitely helps.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, any other questions, concerns?
Just a point of clarification, are pools still
I
soft?
was wondering the same thing.
I mean, I
they no
think
longer
council
are.
has, it's been before council to change that, but it hasn't been enacted yet? Okay, so right now, currently, pools are still soft landscaping, okay.
And
That'll change in the future.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons we're doing this project this year and not next year.
Oh, is that- Yeah, I was gonna say, you're being quite honest.
Okay. So let's take it into committee and look for a decision. Who'd like to run
I'll
with this?
move
Ms.
this
Brazier?
one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So with those clarifications, I think I'm satisfied that the two variances are minor with no negative impacts, and I would move to support the application subject to urban forestry too.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lombardi, seconds. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you for coming for such a short.
No, you're right, it is educational. It's good to be here once in a while to see how it actually works. You don't get the nuance online.
For sure.
True. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Okay, and now we move to item number 41. Item number 41 is 525 Logan Avenue, and the purpose of the application is to alter the existing 4 1/2 story apartment building by constructing new storage lockers in front of parking spaces number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, also to maintain the existing parking spaces which are undersized. There is a total of 12 residential dwelling units on this lot. Committee had before it the following communication: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 6 photographs of trees on the subject property, presentation materials from the agent, and we have email correspondence from transportation engineering. And we have the agent, Mr. Elam, are you there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Elam, are you there?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee members.
Good evening. Let me just see, I think this is, the covering letters, your presentation material actually is quite instructive, and I think part of the challenge is that there's a context to this. It's a very old building.
Yes, it's actually a very interesting building.
History is always quite interesting, I find.
Yes.
Let me just see if my colleagues would like a presentation or have questions for you, or not.
No.
No questions? None? None. Oh my goodness, history wins out. Okay, we'll take it into committee and look for a decision for you. Thank you.
I just looked up green pea parking space dimensions. These are, in many cases, are larger than the green pea parking spaces, even though they're undersized. It's quite interesting. Chair, I'll take this one. Again, I think this is fairly straightforward. I think it's reasonable. I agree with you. The presentation materials were quite illustrative and really demonstrated what they're planning to do here and why. I'll move approval this application with no conditions.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Ms. Plaisir, thank you very much. All those in favor? Thank you. You have your approval, Mr. Lam. Thank you. And with that, we conclude at 8:28 p.m.